Okay, good evening, everyone. It is Wednesday, 11 p.m. here in Central Standard Time, Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for playthrough of Chapter 1 of a game called Heredity Book of Swan. Let me just check in with the chat before I get started here. YouTube says 14 concurrent viewers. I was thinking we might have a different crowd tonight because of the nature of the game, but it looks like we've got our regulars here. Maybe there's one or two new people in the background. Okay, a little bit of bookkeeping first. I did an unboxing and a read-through of the entire rules for this game about a month ago. But it's still going to be, this will be a sort of slow playthrough, I expect. I'm not even sure we'll get finished with it in one night. It says playtime 150 minutes. Actually, we normally multiply by 3. That would make this more than a 6-hour session, but we'll see. But if you're curious about the game, you may want to go watch that unboxing and read through. This is not a mystery game, but it is a narrative sort of campaign story set over 5 chapters. So there will be spoilers during this playthrough, and a good chunk of the enjoyment from this game will come from discovering those things for the first time. So you might start watching this, and if you decide, hey, this is the right game for my group, you might want to stop watching and go play on your own, or you could join me for Chapter 1 and then see if the rest of it looks interesting. So I'm going to talk about the game in a little bit, but let's catch up on a couple other things first. On Friday, in 2 days, we will do the second half. We'll be playing through the second half of a game called Detective Box Woodlock University, a cold case game with some interesting online elements that has been a mixture of really great and really a couple frustrating puzzles. But if you have joined me for the first half of that playthrough last Friday and Saturday, this Friday and Saturday we'll be finishing that up, and on Sunday we'll be reading the solution to a Dear Holmes play-by-mail case we've been playing for the last month. That has got us completely flummoxed. There's a very active discussion in the Co-op for Two Discord of the group of people who play those Dear Holmes games with me. All right. So if no one has anything else they want to talk about, no other projects, Melissa says storms. Apparently you saw the weather. It's supposed to be 75 degrees out here, which is ridiculous because I've been running the air conditioner all day and it's just about 75 inside. I think it's because I'm under this black flat roof and it gets like 100 degrees in the attic. So it's just heat radiating down on me oppressively. But we're going to try to survive it. All right, let's talk about this game, Heredity. This is a French game that was released this year, 2025. I purchased it for about $50, maybe a little bit more, but that's what you can get it for now. It's available to everyone. I think Amazon has it for about $50. It's a post-apocalyptic story, open world type game. It clearly has influences from Seventh Continent, which is also French, by the way, but also has some very interesting game design ideas. And I guess for me, I'm as interested in playing it just to talk about the game design ideas. So if you're if you're one of those people that when they watch me play through, don't like the discussion of the mechanics and what's going on and just wants to see a group having fun playing a game, this is probably not the right playthrough for you. I have some concerns about whether I'm going to enjoy this game. There's lots about it that speaks to me, but there's also a whole bunch that doesn't speak to me. First of all, if you look, you can see that you actually control a family. So whether you're playing solo or with 4 players, you're always controlling 4 characters. That's really not my style. When I play Pandemic, I like just playing a single character, not double-handed. So having to juggle 4 different characters is not really my thing. And there's a lot of what looks like tactical combat, tactical spatial combat in this game, which is really also not what I look for in a game. The appeal to me of Seventh Continent and Seventh Citadel, which we have played on this channel for 100 hours or so, maybe more. I can't remember if we've played double 100 hours. Anyway, the part that I like about that is the exploration and discovery and not the combat. So there's that. But I am very interested in the new stuff here that's adding to this card-based map exploration. So there is a card-based map that comes out, but there's a whole bunch of mechanics that are really look like they're designed to make this open world. And some things that we have seen, like this is not seen in Seventh Continent, but you can see each character has basically like worker placement positions. So when you want to take an action, you put one of their 3 tokens on the action you want to take. but these spaces also can get wounded and healed, and you see each player has a slots for items they can equip, which can get damaged, and those items have spaces to activate. So it's a very, it feels like an open world sort of simulation type system. And I'm very curious to see how that would work, how that's going to work. It's also got this really fascinating idea of a timeline that tracks what happens in the world, sort of how the world takes its turn. We're very used to, in cooperative games, a system where players go and then the enemies go, and then one player goes, makes their turn, and then the world goes. This is quite different. This feels like much more of a segmented system where players take all of their turns in any order, sometimes working together, and then the world goes, and what the world does is also controlled by cards. You start out always with this one card, and then as you encounter things in the world, you're going to add to this timeline that ticks through. So we're going to spend a good chunk of today getting comfortable with the rules. I haven't played this before. I've read through the rules now, but it's always a bit of a rough start when you start a game like this. The rule book is actually quite well done. It seems to me that it is from reading it, but you know, when the rubber hits the road is when you really find out. And so there'll be, I'm sure, in this first session, a significant amount of time double checking rules and making sure we're doing things correctly. I'm sure we'll make some errors. If anyone spots me making an error, you can let me know. But I guess like most games for me now, when I go play board games with friends now, it seems to me like they're in it to enjoy the game, and I'm in it like 10% to enjoy the game and 90% to talk about the game afterwards and to just have the game mechanics inspire thoughts. Okay, so we're going to learn this game as we play it, and I'll walk you through it. Whether we have fun or not, we're going to have fun learning the game and examining the system. Now, the other main reason I'm a little bit concerned about this playthrough, concern's not the right word. This is just a small group here. There's no ramifications or costs to anything, but it is a huge table hog. This is a 4-foot long table. So this is 4 feet just to have the characters out. And you can see there's no reason they had to be this big, but it's just a design choice. The art looks interesting, and they can hold items. So half the table is taken up just with the characters. That leaves us the other half of the table for the world that's going to get built with map cards, and the timeline that gets built and builds out horizontally, but also vertically. So I really do not know how we're going to fit all this on the table. And I suspect we're going to have some issues, but we're going to make the best of it. I have set up the table so I can get most of the stuff actually off the table. There's lots of tiny little tokens that are going to be on the board. These pieces for the player characters are actually also, there's tokens for enemies that come out, and they're all supposed to stand up. And yet for you to see what's going on, we need the top-down view. So it's going to be hard. We're going to try our best, but it's going to be a little bit hard to see what's going on. You'll be forgiven for having a hard time following, but we do have our close-up camera, and we'll try to make the best of it. All right, So I've got our characters set out. We're all part of this family. We'll read the little introduction to the case. Now, as I said, this game is played as a campaign of 5 chapters. You would always play the full campaign. You'd always play the same 5 chapters. There may very well be new content coming out for this. This is the size of chapter 1. The other 4 chapters are similarly sized, maybe a little bit bigger. I'm not sure how many of these cards we're going to see. There is a deck called the Secrets deck that it may tell us to pull out of as we play. There is this Karma deck, and we're going to take a look at it. So there's no dice rolling here, but this is a familiar mechanic that we're now familiar with, fairly recent, but Gloomhaven is the most popular example of it, where after you do an action or the enemies do an action, the non-player characters, you reveal one of these cards which acts as a modifier. So let's just take a look at the range of modifiers. So from -2 to +2, and this won't reshuffle until we run out. Again, another common idea we've seen to allow you some strategies. So if you do 2 damage and then you draw this card, you've reduced your damage to 0. But if you do 2 damage and you draw this card, now you're doing 4 damage. But if you've previously drawn this card and you know it's out of the Karma deck, then you know, okay, here's the new range of modifier. 1 random modifier. There's a discussion about players can team up to do more damage in 1 shot. Now, the other thing you'll notice, which shows off right here, which is where this is the stuff that I'm really interested in from a game design perspective. So this is the modifier deck that you draw from, +1, -1, whatever. But you can see there's some other stuff on these cards. First of all, there's a little symbol here on some of them, which is a skull and crossbones. Looks like it's on 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 9 cards have a skull and crossbones. And that symbol gets used when you're testing whether you're going to lose the game once someone starts dying. You have to keep this whole family alive. If one of them dies, your whole chapter is over. If you fail a chapter, you will play it again. But the really interesting thing about this game, perhaps the most interesting thing from a game design perspective, is that this is a campaign where what we discover, what objects we pick up, and what things we upgrade in 1 chapter will carry over to future chapters. And much like Gloomhaven, these Karma cards can get upgraded. That's why they have these names on them. And you can see some of them can never get upgraded, but these 4 here can be upgraded. The rules don't really tell you much about it. They just say we'll cover this when we get to it. But you can see that lots of things in this world can get upgraded, including equipment and including these Karma cards. And that's what this green arrow is. Rules don't really tell us how to do this yet, but keep in mind that this is a common mechanic that cards can be upgraded and carry over to the next campaign. And there's a lot of this if-then little programming rule. We'll see those. Okay, so that's our Karma deck. We looked at it. You have some idea. It looks like average of 0 goes up to ±2. So we'll be drawing that when we attack and when the enemies attack and for various other purposes. All right, let's check in with the chat and then we'll walk through starting the game. wonder if cards can be added or removed from the Karma deck based on narrative decisions. Yes, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. That is exactly what's going to happen. All right. So as I say, we're going to take our time here, and we'll probably be taking little breaks just to talk about the game a bit. Okay. This front page is probably a good thing to remind you of. Heredity is a game full of surprises. Don't peek at components until instructed to. It tells you which deck of cards to use. Each chapter has its own little standee tokens for enemies, and this is what this chapter looks like, this little set here. You can see it's a little post-apocalyptic monster supernatural world we're dealing with. And here's our story. Nobody really knows how it all began. Computer networks went down first. Then public transport and the monetary system ground to a halt. The whole world rapidly descended into open warfare, tipping civilization into decline. Only now are the survivors beginning the task of rebuilding a new world. A number of communities have emerged, some more violent than others. Jamal and Maeve survived through the Great Fall as youngsters and have chosen to live in isolation. Their children, Selena, Brick, and Swan, have been spared the brutality of the outside world. You play as a family leading a self-sufficient existence on their farmstead. So there's our people, father, mother, 2 children that are playable characters, and Swan, who I guess is a little baby who isn't a playable character. Okay, cooperative game. You're a family in a post-apocalyptic world. Campaign of 5 chapters with adventure decks. That's what we've got here. Chapter 1. 4-player characters, members of the same family, and Swan, the youngest child, is a non-player character. And then there's a repeat of what I said about controlling all 4. If you scan this QR code, you get not an official tutorial that teaches you the rules, but a sort of hybrid third-party paid semi-tutorial, semi-review, but it's actually quite well done. The YouTube person who did that has lots of videos. And anyway, it won't teach you the full rules, but it will give you a very good background on the game if you're curious about the game but don't want to watch this playthrough. This video, or just search YouTube for a video, will give you a good idea. All right, so player aids, which are here, 4 identical player aids. This is actually quite useful. We're going to be referring to this while we play quite a bit. It reminds you of all the actions that you can take and then how to read the symbols. We've got a bunch of these tiny little tokens. I'll explain how these are used. Reference token. I'll explain how all of these tokens are used. But just so you know, we've got generic materials, generic tokens, and then we've got damage. And then each character that we control has a standee and their own action tokens, a la Robinson Crusoe, etc. Okay, set up for chapter 1. That's what we're going to do now. Look, this seems to suggest you could do this on your table, that it would only take up this space, but this is really misleading. All of these characters needs a lot of space on either side, and then this whole thing needs a whole bunch of space. This is going to be a big table hog. Okay, the family card is this card right here. I'm going to show you this in detail in a second, but these 2 go together. This is going to track our basic game loop as we go. All right, we've got each player character is made up of 3 cards. And that's what you see here. 1, 2, 3 cards. They're all identical. They all have 1 look or watch action, 1 speak action, 2 hands, and 3 feet. They all have exactly the same set of cards, and they all have exactly the same, it looks like, number of slots for items. This is stuff they can carry, I believe, and this is stuff they can wear. It's all got a symbol to help you know what you can slot against. There's a symbol up here that I don't think I know how to use. I don't think the rule addresses. An important thing to note is that most of these slots, where if you wanted to walk, you would put a token, one of your action tokens, on that walk space. What you can see is that all of the actions here on the right-hand side, most of them, have a little heart here at the bottom. Let's see if we can get it to zoom up here. Guess not. It's going to be a little tricky on this big thing. All right, well, we won't worry about it for now. There's a little tiny heart here. And what that means is that that slot can take a damage. So if Maeve gets damaged, we take one of these tokens, damage tokens, and we can put it anywhere we want, unless it tells us. So if we put it here, then we can no longer use that action space. So as they get damaged, their available actions will decrease. When a complete card gets full of damage, then obviously you won't be able to do these hand actions anymore. If the entire card gets covered, like this, now notice this one will never get covered. It doesn't have a heart. If this entire card gets covered, and then this person were to take another wound, there's no place to put it. So what you have to do is you have to pick one of these three cards and flip it over, which would clear off the wounds on that card. But you can see that when you do that, I've put a little removable sticker here. If you do that, you can see she's become injured, but more importantly, instead of two actions, a look and a speak, she's now got lesser abilities. Now you've got one action for speaking or looking. So that's what happens as they get wounded. They get less powerful. If all three cards flip, let's read the rule of this. It's a little involved. So you now learned about getting injured. If they have three severe injuries, in other words, all the cards are flipped over and the new slots are filled, like if we flip this over and that got wounded, then they become dying. When they're dying, enemies won't even bother trying to hurt them. And then they won't take any more wounds. But then every time we cycle through a round, for each dying character, we draw a karma card. And if we get a skull, then we lose the chapter. So basically, once they start dying, your time is running out. However, you can heal each other. That's one of the actions you can take with a hand. You take a hand, one character takes a hand action on another character, including yourself, in the same space to heal them and remove a wound. So there's a little bit of keeping people alive. That's just one of the actions we can take. All right, so that explains basically the player cards. We've got our karma cards we're shuffling. We've got our tokens nearby. I'm going to get our deck ready here. I'll leave the secrets deck there. So we are now set up. I'll explain the tokens as we go through them, and I'll explain our action choices when we first get to make actions. Okay, we don't need to go over these rules. I'll explain them when they come up. I think the rest can just be explained as it happened. Any questions before we start playing? If you're a non-player character, will the person still be in the game and influence choices being made? The non-player characters, it's like a video game. The non-player characters just means that it's going to act with some AI. It'll act according to some process, or we'll get to control it. But the player characters just means characters that we control. And remember, it's all collaborative. Even if you were playing with 4 humans, each person would be primarily responsible for their character and moving it around. But this is a cooperative game. You just make those decisions collaboratively. The difference between a player character, for example, the child we have that's not a player character, just means it doesn't have sheets. It doesn't have action spaces. We won't be doing things with that. We won't be taking turns with that. All right, if there are no other questions, I guess we'll get started. Now, does the game officially tell us to start drawing cards? Take the adventure deck. After reading the rulebook, follow the instructions on the first card in the adventure deck. So that's how we start the game. All right, this is our basic setup. Maybe I'll just push this up here for now. This will be the game loop. We'll go into all that in a minute. But let's start with our first card in the first chapter. Where can I put this so it's not... Let's do it this way. Okay, so it says Selena flip this card. Card 100, Selena flip this card. Now, what does that mean, Selena flip this card? I assume that what it means is that the player, if you were playing with 4 characters, whoever's controlling Selena would flip this and read it. Place this card on top of the adventure deck to hide other cards, then follow the setup instructions, which are in the book. Okay, take card 101. You can look at both sides of this card at any time. All right, so card 101 is this card. We've got a floor plan of our house. And we're allowed to look at the other side. All right, in the bedroom, we have a shotgun, it looks like, or a rifle, kitchen, garden, lounge. We've got stairs. Okay, so we've got stairs here, but this is a symbol that helps us know about stairs. And I guess we're going to see the second floor or basement here. Yeah, second floor. Okay, so from the second floor, looks like this is where the baby sleeps, Swan. And then there's the stairs to go down. Okay, so it told us we can grab this card, put it on the table somewhere. Okay, and then it says it wants the Maeve player, but this is all me, to take 102. Check the floor plan as you read this card. 16 September 2127. Shortly after nightfall, the silence is shattered by the roar of engines. We haven't seen anyone in years. We've been living off the land in contented isolation since the fall. The scavengers' intentions are clear from their deranged screams, reminding us how the post-war darkness can corrode the soul. Turning to the kids, Jamal and I quickly run through the action plan for this type of situation. Retrieve the tools from the basement to barricade ourselves in. Grab the rifle from our bedroom, and if all else fails, get the pickup keys hidden in the office. to make our escape. But right now, the only thing on my mind is fetching Swan, my second son, who's asleep upstairs. We're not going anywhere without him. We'd never leave one of the family behind. Locate your objectives on the house plan and then flip the card. Okay, so there we go. She's given us their plan if they come under attack. Tools from the basement, rifle from the bedroom, pick up keys in the office, but you must get the baby. Okay, and here's the actual map card. All right, so we got a bunch of stuff that we have to make sure we understand how to do. All right, so I know some of these. I'm going to have to remind myself the other one. First of all, so this is the map. This is the card we're going to be on. We're going to be building this map and putting our characters on it. Now, when you flip a card and you see these X's, that tells you where certain people should be. So Maeve, the mother, is here. Now, it kind of matters that she's upright because you can't put more people than can fit in a space. But for now, since we got plenty of space, I'll put her down this way. And then the green character, which is the sun Brick, he's here. Now, in addition, when you grab a map card, these tell you what actions you can take at these locations and what card will come out if you do that action. So if we look, presumably out the window, we would draw card 113. And if we walk or explore from here, we would draw card 110, which would come out here. This little gear icon here, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. This gear icon is a general piece of material that we could use to build things, to repair items, etc. So what the game tells you to do is every time you get out a card, you're supposed to go take these tiny little tiny little tokens. And the idea is that once you do an action, you won't do it again. So this reminds you that you have not done this look action from here. And once you do it, you would remove this token. So it's a way of keeping track of what you've done. I guess it doesn't look like there are tokens for walking. Maybe that's, yeah, walking doesn't get chewed up. Now this 106 with this red thing, I thought that meant that we were to do this right now, but let's see if we can get some guidance from this. Assemble the board. Brick, take 103. Take 102, check the floor plan, assemble the board. Okay, so the next card we're told to take, okay. All right, let me remind myself what this red symbol is. Is it here on this card? No, I think it means something we do right now. I think it's telling me to get 106, which is going to help build the board. But let's see, any reminder of that symbol on the back? No, no reminder of the symbol on the back and no reminder on our player 8. Okay, that's unfortunate, but that's all right. So there's a whole set of symbols and ways of the game telling you when you do things once, only when it comes out, and whether you do stuff kind of a missed opportunity to explain what that card is while it's teaching us the game. Let me see if I just look at 106. It's not clear. Assemble the board. Take the 103. All right, well, let's just walk through this and then maybe it'll explain it as we go. Here's 103. Seeing their armored vehicles pull up in front of the house, I wonder why us? Dad used to talk about the Scavengers, a faction of anarchists and free thinkers, and to be honest, I was sometimes curious to meet them. Now, though, hearing these mercenaries yelling maniacally as they jump out of their cars, spoiling for a fight, it suddenly strikes me that today's world is nothing like the peaceful haven built by our parents over the years. Flip this and place it so it extends the terrain to the right of 102. Remember to place any gear, watch, and hand icons on the terrain cards as you reveal them. Okay, so here's the next card. Interesting that it doesn't really tell you where it goes, but you can see where it goes. All right, so we've added this card. I believe actually that this is going to tell us that another card gives us information about this. I just don't know if it wants me to go grab this card now. All right, but we're being told to put Jamal, the father, here. And do we have any other tokens that come out? And then the blue character, which is Selena, goes here. All right, no other tokens that come out. So you can see if we're here, we can go up the stairs to the second floor. We could walk out here. We could look through this door. This is going to be a special rule. Looks like this is walking. I don't know where this is walking. I suppose we should be able to know if we look at this. That's basement, maybe. Okay, let's continue through our rules here. 103, we just flipped that. Next thing is the event deck. Take 104. Okay, here's our event deck. Prepare the event deck. Take 105 and place it under this card without reading it. Check the terrain cards you have already revealed, then add, without reading them, cards 106 and 107 to the event deck. Okay, so it is teaching us what those are. These are events which the game rulebook doesn't talk about, so that's new to us. All right, 105 goes under this, and then we see the 106 and 107 on our cards, so we add events for those, and now it has 3 cards. Okay, so there's our event deck, and then it just says someone's going to be managing this. And then we read the rules on the back. Okay, so 105 goes underneath without reading it, and then 106 and 107 goes underneath. So we now have an event deck with 3 cards inside it. And then it wants us to flip this card and read the rules of the event deck. Whenever you reveal terrain with this warning sign, take the corresponding card, add it to the bottom of the event deck without reading it. Always check for that warning when you play or flip a terrain card. Discard. Return any cards with a red something symbol when handling event cards. Discard. Return any cards with that symbol to the event deck discard pile. If the deck is empty when you need to draw a card from it, shuffle the discard pile and reform the deck. Don't confuse the burn symbol, which means throw a card into the box, with an event discard. With an event something symbol, a red event symbol. Return to the event discard pile. Okay, so there's a symbol that means put an event card into the event discard pile, which we're forming. If the draw and discard piles are both empty, don't do anything. Use this card as a cache on top of the cards in the event deck. Okay, fine. So we now have another deck, our event deck. I'll just put this up here for now. All right, so we formed an event deck. Here we go. Now we're continuing. Objectives and events. Take 108. Here's 108. Okay, so this is going to go into the timeline, which is what that means. Anchor it into the timeline. Okay, chapter objective. Fetch Swan and escape. Remember, don't resolve the event section, the red part now. Do so only when the hourglass moves. Okay, so here's how these timeline cards work. You can read them. We can see what's going to happen. We're going to shuffle the event deck, and then we're going to put the cards from the event deck into our timeline so they'll start getting their turn. And then we would look at this and say, okay, if 3 or more characters have severe injury, then we flip this card. All right, so here's how this works. Boy, this is going to be a table hog. All right, so we have our timeline, which gets built. Now, when we get a new card that goes in the timeline, we immediately do this stuff, but this only triggers as time clicks onto it. Now you can see this green tells us that it doesn't go here, it would have to go here. And I'm going to use my removable stickers. So we're basically going to be adding things to the game loop as we play. Hourglass always starts on the family card. So after we finish all our moves, then this will click forward. If it goes to the end, it would recycle to here, and then this would happen. So right now, after we do all of our turns, this would move, it would circle to here, and we would do this, which would cause new things to come out, which would go into this timeline, which would then get their turn. Okay. I think you resolve this, but when you do actions, the red ones have to be done first. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about, if that's any different than what I've just said, but I'm fairly certain that I'm following the rules here. Okay, so anyway, we've done this, but we don't do this until this gets to it. It's nice, it's red, it reminds you red goes with red. All right, continuing through our little chapter 1 setup. Remember, different chapters will play differently. This is chapter 1. Okay, now we're going to learn about a new thing called impact. Take card 109. Jamal says, what's happening now will surely mark us for life. Little by little, we're going to change. How will we react? Are we tough enough to get through this? Only time will tell. Okay, so it's saying anchor to the timeline. We can't anchor it here because it's green, so we have to anchor it here. So now you can see that the first thing that would happen now is we'd go over here. We do this initial impact, which just tells us to flip this card over before we get to this. Probably it would be a good idea if you were teaching this as a tutorial, because this is so weird. Weird things happen here. Sometimes you have to remove a card from the middle, collapse it. It would be nice if it gave you a little like diagram to make sure you got this right, because God help you if you get this wrong. But I believe this is how it works rather than this going here. I believe it goes at the far left. We can check those rules before we actually get started if we want to. All right, continuing our rules. Place the player characters in their starting location, which I've already done here according to the colors. Flip this card to hide the adventure deck by putting it on top. Okay, so then this covers this. All right, so we're going to take our turn. Boy, we are really going to have a hard time fitting this all in space, but all right, we'll make the best of it. All right, this is just out here floating around as information for us. Let me put these stickers here so it'll be easier for us to move these cards. All right, so that's the setup. We are now able to take our turns, which we're going to walk through in a minute what we can do. But let's just get the bigger picture for a second. So I guess you can always use this as your guideline for what stage you're in. And we're currently doing this family card stage, which says collect the action tokens and spend them. So here we have 3 action tokens for Selena, 3 for Maeve, 3 for Jamal, and 3 for Brick. We can do those actions in any order, simultaneously, or even together. Now, I haven't told you how to do those actions, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to do all of our actions. When we spend all of these tokens, then we will move this and do the next stage. So let's use this to remind us to teach you about the actions. And then after we do the basic rules, I guess we'll take a little break before we actually get started. All right, so the actions are, most of the actions, I guess the actions interacting with this world are the actions that you see here. If you're here, you can do this watch action. So like 7 Citadel, you match up the action symbol on the card you're on to do that action. You can't do the watch action. It doesn't do anything unless there is a watch token in your space. I suppose before we even do actions, we should talk about the spaces. So you can see the colored lines are the borders. So this room here is all one space. Everyone who's in here is in every area of this space. It doesn't matter. This is not different than this. Is not different than this or this or this or this. This is one space in between these white lines. Just as this is one space and this is one space. But the color of the lines tells you about the relation between neighboring spaces. And the rule book has a nice summary here. White lines are passable and you can see through them and shoot through them. So they're basically just contiguous. So this is one space away. We could move from here to here with one action, one walk action. The green lines are like doors. You can walk through them and you can shoot through them somehow. All right. The blue lines are windows. You can shoot through them, but you can't walk through them. They're not passable. Black lines are like walls. You can't walk through them, you can't shoot through them, etc. Can't go from there to here, and you can't go out a window. But you could shoot someone who is in a room here. The red lines are like dangerous terrain. It's like white. You can walk through it, you can shoot through it, but the moment you step through a red line, like lava, you take a damage. And that's it. Okay, so there's the terrain discussion. Let me put everyone back on their space. All right, let's go through the actions again. Speak with someone in your area. This is, again, you would speak with a non-player character, not your own character, and only if that symbol was shown in the terrain card and hadn't been done. Now, the next actions here don't have to do with tokens on cards. They're just generic actions. You can heal someone by taking a hand action. You get rid of a wound, could be on yourself. You can repair an item by paying a, what are they called? Material. So if you collect a material, you can spend a material to repair an item. All right, you can upgrade items. The cost will be shown on them. We'll deal with that when we get to it. You can pick up items or materials. So if you wanted to pick up this item, we'd have to walk into that room by spending, for example, a token on walk. And then we'd have to spend a token to pick up, and we could pick up this material and keep it in our possession. This person has it, this person doesn't have it. There's a little one there telling us there's one token here. Okay, so if we wanted to do that, we'd have to walk to it, then we'd pick it up. You can drop for free. You can hand it over from one person to another. So these people are in the same room. You could give from this person to this person by taking a hand action, any number of items you wanted to, or you could drop them and someone could come by and pick them up later. Then we have a bunch of things you can do that are generic. You can punch someone by taking a hand action and do 1 damage, or kick someone by taking a foot action for 1 damage. You can walk 1 space with this. If you wanted to, there's a rule about walking through. Maybe we could deal with that later, but just to say that if you wanted to move 3 spaces, you could do that all in one shot. You could go 1, 2, 3, and then go 1, 2, 3. And the only reason you might not do that in 3 separate steps is if you had to pass through a place where you couldn't stop. You might spend all 3 at once. All right. When you see the stairs icon here, if we had the matching stairs, I guess it doesn't look like you need to have the matching stairs. You just do this. So we are in this space. We could take this stair icon to move to a different level. Now, it doesn't say here that you have to use a foot, but you do have to use a foot action to do that. That seems like an oversight in this little player aid. You can't just walk for free. So here are the rules about level change. Character must move between the areas. If it results from an explore action, all right, well, that's a little bit confusing, but basically we would have to walk to get up a different step. Okay, so, but there's our actions. Okay, so here's our map of the world. Let's just familiarize ourselves. It's a little... So it looks like there's the water closet. I know it's hard to see all of this, but okay. So there's the water closet here. So down here, out here is the basement. This is the lounge. So this is going to be bedroom. Let's see, stairs are here. I guess this whole thing is just the lounge. So kitchen, bedroom. This looks like over here would be outside. And then this area is what's outside this window. This is up to the second floor. So if we wanted to go to the garage, we'd go through the kitchen, garden, garage. And bedroom would be here with the gun. And then if we went up these stairs to the second floor, we could get the keys to the car and the baby. All right, well, lots of actions before the events trigger. We'll have to come up with a plan, but first we'll take a break after our first hour and we'll come back and get started. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. Okay, I'm gonna think of what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this timeline thing out of the way for now so we can focus on our main gameplay. So we're gonna eventually have to make a run for it, surely, into the garage, into the car. So we're gonna need our keys. We need the baby from upstairs. We need the gun. And possibly we need this barricade stuff. Okay. Initial strategy, course of concept. I say we beeline for our objective items. Go upstairs for the baby and the keys. Go get the gun. The other kid for the barricade. Maybe one of the kids pauses to look out the window. Leave the gun, the baby. Take the cannoli. I'd split up in teams of 2. One team upstairs to get key and Swan. The other team to get the weapon and the barricade materials. All right. Before we plan this out, before we do this, let me make a suggestion more to me than to you. There's something to be said for making reasonable decisions reasonably quickly rather than making optimal decisions that take a long time. And especially in terms of enjoying a narrative game, if I've already said that the micro optimization is not my favorite part of these things, I think it would behoove us to not overly plan out everything, which I do sometimes do. So we'll get faster as we go, but I'm just trying to tell myself, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's try to enjoy this game by not worrying about making mistakes. Okay, well, I do think the general idea of just trying to find a camera angle that's best for most of our stuff. Okay, I think the general idea of let's just sprint for our items, especially the gun. So one person is already in the room next to the room. So she should go for the room with the gun. And then, or she could go to get we don't know if there's going to be stuff like who's better with carrying stuff, but he's in the room with the stairs to go upstairs, so he should go upstairs. She's going for the gun in the bedroom. He's going to go upstairs to get the keys and the baby. So the question is what to do with these two. Remember, we don't have to decide all of this ahead of time. But it does feel to me like that barricade stuff would be useful to get. So maybe we have him go to the barricade. The only question now is, does someone else go upstairs to help get the baby? Or should this one person do both? I suppose while we're here, we might as well look out the window. All right, let's do that first. Now, remember, we can take turns in any order we want. This is actually quite a strategic thing. Like, we could do this person's all of their moves and then do someone else's, or we could do one and one. But let's start by getting the gun. I guess if we're going to look out the window, we might as well do that first to see if there's something to change our plans. All right, so let's start by having this person look out this window. So how do we do that? It's Selena. She's already in the area, the one area with this token. So she's going to do a look action. Whoa, I can see that's going to be a problem. Maybe I'll bring this over there. Okay, so she's going to do the look action. I've put the token there showing it. We throw this away, showing that it's been done. And we go grab card 113. Watch area, that just tells us what page to look at. Okay, so here's 113. Let's see what she sees. The embers in the chimney grate, what is it? It's a chimney? Are still hot. To think that only a few minutes ago we were relaxing by the fireplace. Anyway, the shovel's there next to it. Let's see what we can do. So put 3 generic tokens on this card and leave it near the fireplace. Okay, so that was a fireplace, not a window. I guess maybe we should have noticed that. Nice to be able to zoom in on these cards, but I don't know if the green is going to let us do it. Okay, so there it is. I guess it's a fireplace. Yes. Okay, so that's all right. It's even better than a window, I suppose. All right, so this card comes out and stays out. And we're told somewhere in the rules that this little yellow caution is basically telling us that this card is rules that apply to this terrain card where the fireplace is. So basically this modifies this. And it says we put 3 generic tokens on this card. These are the embers that we can fling at people. So if we're where the fireplace if we're where the fireplace are, and I guess, what is it telling us about that little X? It's saying if you're there at that location. So if you're here, it's saying if you're in this location here. That's what that X is showing. If you're in that location there, in fact, yeah, if you're in that location there, then you can spend an ember from here to do a ranged attack up to 1 away of 3 damage. When there's no embers, you flip over this card. Okay, so this just stays out on the board somewhere to remind us that if someone's here, they can fling embers at people and do quite a bit of damage to them. All right, so there's that. Let's go get the gun, because there's no world in which I'm not getting this gun. All right, so we're going to do the explore action. The feat says we can use it to move one area, white or green line, or we can explore, but there's no rules for that on this reminder card. So let's just quickly see what the rules are for exploring. All right. Exploring is taking unexplored terrain card from the deck and moving onto it. It has to have a foot icon on the card, and you spend an action to move onto the unexplored terrain. This could be explained better, but essentially, it's just saying that we are going to, all right, let me keep everyone where they should be. We're going to explore here, which moves us on there directly. All right, so this is Maeve, the red character. She's going to spend one of her actions. There's no real reason to put it here or here, I guess. Although when you take a wound, you can put it under a space. So maybe we always do want to start out with that. All right, so she's going to explore and move on there. So it's card 110. All right, so there's the bedroom. And we have to remember how to run these rules. The red symbol means we take this new card 111 and put it at the bottom of the event deck. All right, and then we have a look icon which gets added here. Where is our gun for us to pick up? we have to look for it first? I don't like that. And it's 2 spaces. All right, well, let's put this on our map right here. And let's glue it in so that we can move this whole board around, which I'm sure we're going to need to. Remember, I can't look at the back because the back could have something. All right, but we've come here for a gun. Where is our gun? And why do I... Oh, that's there. Okay. Well, I don't like that our gun isn't there. I guess it's hidden in the bedroom somewhere. And we're now in that space. We've explored it and we're in it. I guess we're in for a penny, in for a pound. She might as well go get it right now, I think. So I'm just going to continue our action. I'm going to have her move again over there. Notice she's not going to be able to get out of this room with that gun. All right, but let's now have her look. So that's her 3 actions. Oops. That's her 3 actions. She's done. So we're going to have her look. I'm going to get rid of this token, and we're going to go get card 112. All right, well, she found the rifle. Let's see what it says about it. It's a battered rifle. You can use it by putting an action token on that, and you shoot 1 away for 3 damage, very similar to the embers. You can upgrade it with 3 materials tokens. Now, what is this 5? I don't remember how that works. It's the value. It's the value of it. What does that mean? I don't remember any discussion of value. I don't think it actually does anything at this point. It might say something about it later, but right now it doesn't do anything. Okay, there's no initialization. It's just a battered rifle. So she's going to be carrying it. She's just picked it up. She's got it. We could put it anywhere we want it, here, here, or here. Guess I'll just put it right there for her. All right, she's carrying it, but she's done for now. No other reason for her to be there, but we don't have any actions for her to move. All right, next up, let's go get that baby and keys. Should we have this person join him upstairs? Or do we want to have this person go to the barricade? I feel like this person should go to the barricade. All right, let's have this person go into this room. Then if he needs to come help with the gun soon too, he can. So 1 action to move here. That's green move. And then we're going to have him go downstairs. So that's another action on move. To do the explore action, which is 114. Which is this card. All right, so what are we looking at here? We've got a hand icon here, which looks like barricade materials. But here's something you haven't seen before, this little lightning card. The lightning means do this right now. So we're looking at this card, and then we immediately flip it. Okay, I think what's happened is they've come down in the dark and then turned on the lights. Do you think this card should have been already out? That's pretty confusing. Like, what's the... It's a little weird. It would make sense if... It would make sense if you don't automatically walk into it when you explore. Like, could we have explored? Maybe the power can go out and you have to flip it back. That's an interesting idea. Just want to look at the explore rules again. I wish they were a little less confusing. So it does say very clearly here, I know it's hard to read. It does say very clearly, the exploration action involves taking a new card and putting a new character right onto it in one step. You must be able to see the icon. Then this is this confusing part about it. Player must spend an action to move on to it. I don't know why. That's a terrible explanation. You should just say it costs you an action to explore it, and here's what you do. You flip it and you move on to it. And then the example here is also a little bit confusing because it doesn't say any cost that you play. That's unfortunate. Bad rule explanation for exploring. But okay, we walk in here. You could maybe keep your eye open for anything that's visible in the dark. Marco thinks you have to move first, turn on the lights, and then flip. Okay, let's look at the lightning. I told you what the lightning means, but maybe we should look at the rules. Immediate effect, that's what the lightning bolt is. Apply its effects immediately when enters an area containing a lightning bolt. Okay, so I guess the fact that there are three separate places suggests that actually we don't flip this right away. So we've spent an action to move here, but we're not here yet. So this doesn't happen yet. I think that makes sense. So only when we walk onto this spot will we turn on the lights to trigger this card. Okay, that makes sense. So we've spent 2 to walk here. And then there's a hand here, I see. So you could imagine we could go here and pick this up in the dark, or go here and turn on the lights. But then it'll take us longer to get here. That's pretty cool. All right, well, since we did flip this over, let's go ahead and continue that. So I'm going to spend another action to walk over there. That's our last walk, which will flip this over. So now we can see. Now this is all one area. Pretty cool. There's 2 gears here that we can see as well. I don't know if you can see that that's a 2 gear. Let's see if I can get it to zoom in for you. Okay, so we turned on the lights and now this all becomes one space. There's 2 gears here. and a hand that's here. If we wanted to get these gears and do this, that's going to take us 2 hand actions. We have no more actions this round, though, so we're done. We're done for this player. Someone else could walk in here, though. She's got 2 more actions, but it would take her 2 to get down here. Well, let's think about that in a second. Let's do our... It makes sense that we're splitting up now, and then we'll get back together once we've got our weapons. All right, so she's still got 2 actions left. He's got his full 3 actions. Let's go up and get that baby. So he's going to go up the stairs. This could be a little clearer about this. But we have to move. So he's going to spend an action to move up the stairs blindly, which is 122. All right, so we've got some materials in the bathroom, something to look at in the bathroom. And then I guess we can go downstairs, back down again. And here's our upstairs. So the baby is actually several steps away. All right, let's attach this. So this is upstairs. So this actually doesn't attach to this main place. It's like a separate standoff place. But he's walked up there. All right, well, let's put the stuff here. We've got an eye icon here. What are we looking at? That's the bathroom. We don't know what's there. And then we've got 2 gears in the bathroom. So there's a black line. We can't walk right to the bathroom. We'd have to go around this corner here. It's going to take us a while to get into this bedroom and office and bathroom. Feels like maybe this person would be better off helping upstairs. Feels like there's quite a bit upstairs to do. Materials, looking, keys, baby. So we've just done 1 action here. There's nothing to do but to go here. So we might as well move once more to go here. But now we have a choice. We could go in the bathroom and get these materials. It makes sense that we'd want to take care of this upstairs and then never have to come upstairs again. Maybe we can barricade it off. So the question is, we're going to need the key, the car, and the baby no matter what. So yeah, okay, so let's send Selena upstairs. So she's got only 2 actions left. It's going to take her 2 to get upstairs. But she's going to have to do it. So 1, 2 is her 2 walks. Selena is done. The only person that has more actions is this guy. He's got 1 more action. We can either send him into the office or into this bedroom. Seems like, well, actually, yeah, office. We need to go here, so clearly he's going to go this way. All right, so he's going to explore into here. He's going to use his last action to walk. He's going to walk here for 124. All right, we're almost done with our first round here. All right, so he's walked onto this card. And we're told to add another card to the event deck at the bottom. These are probably going to be, I don't know what they're going to be. People breaking into these rooms, maybe. All right, so we have a look icon here. And as soon as you walk on here, something happens. I'm not sure what happens. There is a lamp there, so maybe we would turn on a light and be able to see some materials. Okay, let's put that on the upstairs. All right, so he walked in here. We have a look and an instant action. And here we are. We've done all of our actions. And we have an event deck. All right, so this is a little scary now. Now it's time to do the timeline. All right, is everyone happy with all this? Did we forget to do anything? We've done our moves. I feel like we've done everything properly. Everyone has done all three of their actions. Unfortunately, no one is here with the embers to throw at people when they come in the front door. Maybe we should try to get someone back there by the fireplace. Let's just remind ourselves how this event deck works. It doesn't tell us to do anything. It just says, yeah, we're fine here. All right. I put the event card from the office into the deck. Yes, I did. 125. Thank you. Yes, I did. All right. So let's focus in on our family card. I wonder, do I have a view? Let me just see what this view looks like. This is not a terrible view. All right. So I don't know if you can see this, but it says collect the action tokens and spend them. We've done that. Next up, for every person who's dying, no one's even close to dying, we would do something. Then if someone dies, we do something. Okay, so now we move this off. It's actually supposed to be up here. When it gets to the edge, we move it over to the far left. Okay, let's see. So now we're here. And now we're doing the red stuff. It says initial impact. All right, so the initial impact thing is to flip this card. So let's go ahead and flip this card and see what it says. So as soon as it's revealed, we do this top black stuff. It says take card 116 and then anchor this to the timeline. All right, so let's go get card 116. Jamal says, I've spent my whole life trying to keep our kids safe from the chaos of the post-war world, but I'm no fool. One day or another, they'll have to face the violence of the outside world. I've prepared them for that. Anchor above Jamal, this player character must monitor the following effect trigger. Okay, so this is going to get attached to Jamal, who's right here above him. Okay, so this player, whoever's playing him, has to be responsible for this ongoing effect. If a family member hurts a living non-player character, then flip this card. Okay, so they're going to be traumatized a little bit whenever someone has to hurt someone. Well, that's just life. All right. So we take this card, there's a card that says violence, and we just put it here to remind ourselves about it. I'll just put it here. All right. Now, anchor this. Do not move the hourglass. So this is tricky. We've taken this card, we flipped this card. This is a little tricky. It wants us to anchor it, but don't move the hourglass. Now, it doesn't belong here anymore. It should go here. So the hourglass stays where it was. This now anchors here. We've done this stuff, but the hourglass isn't here, it's here. So we're done with this. This will happen when we get to it next time, but then this moves over here. So now we do this. Enemy at the gate. Shuffle the event deck. Anchor the first two cards in the timeline without flipping them. Okay, so we're going to shuffle the event deck. Anchor the first two cards. Weird that it's telling us to shuffle it, even though it told us to keep them in order before. Okay. Shuffle the event deck, anchor the first two cards in the timeline. This triggers now, yes, because we've now shifted onto this. We were here. We did this. It came off and went here, and now we move this way. This is going to keep hunting this way until we get back to this. So we take the first two cards. I'll put the rest underneath without flipping them. And these get anchored into our timeline. Remember, they always anchor this way. So if possible, this would anchor here and here, but they're green, so they don't. So actually, we cycle back. This is here. This one anchors here. And then this one, another green, is going to anchor here. We read these narratives, but they don't do anything yet until it comes back around to them. But let's read the narrative so we can see what's coming. In the master bedroom, my blood runs cold and my head is spinning. Glancing outside, I just saw a woman slip a hand into her jacket pocket, pull out a grenade. She swings her arm towards our bedroom window. So that's the downstairs bedroom window. Someone is outside about to throw a grenade into the window of the bedroom. That's 111. 111. So that makes sense that matches with that. And then here in the office, preceded by rattling sounds and gnashing gears, a hulking cannon mounted on the back of a truck is slowly being brought to bear on the office window. More state-of-the-art equipment. How is that even possible? So 125, this is upstairs by the office. As long as we're out of there, we probably shouldn't care about that one. Grenade, I guess if we can get out of here, we don't have to really care about the grenade, although it could blow a hole in this door and let them come in this way. All right, so, but those aren't going to trigger until this circles back around to this. And then they will both trigger at this on the same round. All right, so we did this. Read the narrative choices to help you plan ahead. Then if we're injured, do this, which we're not. Then this circles back around to this, and it's our turn again. All right, so stressful. Things are happening. Notice we can't hurt those people yet, right? They're not there. We can't do anything with them yet. There's no way to interact with them. Now, okay, we did look here and get the gun. So you could imagine she could stay in here to try to shoot this person, but I don't feel like we're going to get a shot at that. Like as soon as this turns over, she's going to throw the grenade in. Although if we were here, we might be able to pick it up and throw it back out. That would be a reason to stay in here, to pick up the grenade and throw it out. But that seems dangerous to stay in here. What if the grenade goes off? So you could make the case that we should just get out of there. And then someone's going to be shooting a cannon into this room. Not this room. We're not even at the office yet. The office is here. We're going to have to get in there and get out if we don't want to get shot with that cannon. All right. It's our turn again. So look, we collect these actions, clear them off here. All our actions are back. This crazy thing is taking up space, so I think I'm just going to try to move it out of the way. Bring these over here. I don't know if this is going to work. Maybe I can bring this up here. Okay, so we know what's coming. All right, what's our new plan? Marco says we can shoot the grenade person through the window. Well, we can't shoot anyone now because they're not there yet. They're just coming narratively. The problem is we don't know what's going to happen when we flip this card for this grenade person. We might flip this card and it might say she throws the grenade, she's here, and the grenade kills us. So for all we know, when we flip this card, it's going to put a card here and put that woman there preparing to throw her grenade. Or it could never bring the woman out and just tell us narratively a grenade comes in and explodes. We really don't know what to expect. It seems to me the most important thing is that we get out of this office where the guns are going to be shooting into. So maybe let's start with these two upstairs. So here's the office, and the baby's room is this way. The guns are pointing into this room. So we got to get out of here. So I sure would love to have someone down here ready to fling embers at someone. All right, but let's go and get that baby. Without the baby, there's no point in any of this. So let's explore into the... where are we now? We're in the office. Yes, okay, let's get out of this office. So let's explore up here, 128. So this is Jamal. Let's remember to do his violence thing when it happens. Maybe I'll put that over here for now. All right, so he's walking over here, 128. Let's get that baby and then get out of the upstairs area. Swan. Some nights I like to climb through my bedroom window and lie stargazing on the barn roof. As we never leave the farm, only the sky gives me a sense of freedom. Up there I can dream of epic journeys and fantastic adventures. The bedroom is empty. Swan has gone. The window's wide open and a dangling rope suggests someone used it to get in or out of the house. Whoa. So it's not a little baby, it's a little young kid, but he's gone. All right, that's terrifying. Let's flip this over. All right, this kid is gone. Things just got serious. All right, so 129 goes into our event deck at the bottom. And we've got this card, which has stuff we could grab. The window's open, we could look through it. Or we could walk into the next bedroom here. All right, this is, things just got serious for us. Let's attach this. We are rapidly running out of space, as expected. So he's walked here. And there's something to search through here. And there's something to look at here. What about the key? Why haven't we not found the key? Because it's here. We need this key for our car, so we made a mistake. This guy probably shouldn't have gone straight up, but we wanted to be able to get out of there. We need that key to get out of here. So someone's going to have to come get that key. Maybe this guy. 1, 2, 3. He could go and get Selena. She could go and get the key. But then she's going to be in the office when this guy starts shooting through it. 1, 2, 3. We should have had this guy do it, but we didn't. Although I suppose we could get this after this guy shoots through here. Maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know if searching this kid's bed is like our best use of our time. Maybe we leave this one. I think maybe what we do is we have Selena come do this. Stay out of the office for now. Let them shoot this up. Is it possible the kid is here and not out the window? No, we saw the rope. All right. All right, let's have Selena do this. I'm not sure what this guy should do, but I know Selena shouldn't go in the office. So she's going to go 1, 2 to walk into here. That's 2 walks. And then she's going to look at this first, because I don't want her to pick up these in case this is something else to pick up. That's better. So I'm going to have her look at this while she's here. So I'm doing the look action 123. The old rainwater tank distributes water throughout the house. It also serves as a boiler. There's a good chance the racket it makes when it's lit would attract nearby enemies, creating a diversion to cover our escape. All right, well, this sure seems like something we don't do now, right? It doesn't help us now, does it? It's going to be very inefficient for us to get up and turn this on later, but I don't see how a diversion helps now, does it? Anyway, this doesn't do anything. It just goes onto our table. And that was a look action. So Selena is done and stuck in the bathroom, but she's going to get these gears. All right, let's not, let's get out of here. Why wait for this grenade to come in? It's too risky. So she's going to go 1, 2 for sure. That's 2 moves for Maeve. She's got the gun. This guy's going to get this stuff, right? Let's not do her last action for now. Let's do this. So let's pick up, let's have this guy pick up these gears. 1, 2 gears he's picked up. Brick for 1 action. And he needs these barricade stuff too. So let's have him spend his second hand action to do 115. Probably we should have done that first in case this is something we want to do instead of picking up the gears. In fact, I'm going to put the gears back and undo that action since nothing has happened yet. Okay, so he's picked up a multi-tool. It says to put 3 barricade actions on it. Okay, these are specific to chapter 1. It's an item he carries with him. He can now do this action to put a barricade token on a door, a green line, or a window in your area. Barricades have no effect on target selection. Attacks or movements through this token are interrupted. Discard the barricade token. Okay, so if someone would normally move through the barricade gets removed. It's just a delay. Okay, so this goes in bricks supply. So basically he has a new action he can do. He can barricade a window or door, and it just delays the action, delays that action for 1 time. All right, so there's nothing for him to do down here. There's no barricades he can do here. So he is going to go pick up these 2 gears for another hand action. Okay, he's got 1 action left. Surely it will be to leave this room. There's nothing for him down here. So he's going to spend his movement to come out of there. Done and done. We could barricade this room if we have reason to believe anyone can come in through the basement. There is a window here. But we'll worry about that later. Now, there is an alternate idea here. It's not a blue line. It's true. It's not a, it's a graded window. I mean, it is a window of some sort, but it may not be a window anyone can go through. So I was thinking we come down from we can't be upstairs, but I'm not sure that's true. Could we start the boiler and all leave out the window? That seems like it might not be a terrible idea. However, we're going to have to get this key. But I think maybe we could, remember, these aren't connected. I think maybe we should all go down from here. He's got 2 actions. I think maybe we should not worry about this and check this out. Although I suppose we could get this. What if the baby's here? We're going to have to go through this room just in case. I think there's a good chance that we're going out through here. So I think maybe, unless we want Maeve to pick up the gear in the bathroom, we should just get her out of here by the embers. Maybe we need all the gear we can get. This guy's done. He's not doing anything. She's done. He's got 2 actions left. All right. Here's the decision we have to make. Do we pick this up? Or do we go right for this window? Did we do this one, 129, when it came out? Yes, we did. All right. Maybe we don't need to rush as much. I need that key, though. All right. I'm going to pick this up. 132. Hope I don't come to regret this. So we picked up a leather jacket, which is a 1 shield. It will block 1 wound and can be upgraded. Okay. So Jamal picked up a jacket. That goes there. That was his hand action. And then I guess he's going to walk over here. She's going to have to go get this. Okay, so that was my last walk action. Moved, picked up this. Okay. All right, I'm going to have Maeve go in here and get this gear next turn. Feels like I'm taking my time here in a way that might not be wise. So that's Maeve's last move to walk. So everyone's done with their turn. I feel like this could be too risky, but okay. So we're done with our turn. No one's grievously wounded, so we just go to the timeline. We move this over here. It tells us to take card 117 and then burn this card, meaning it's done. So let's see what card 117 does. My only fear in life, no doubt shared by people the world over, is seeing my brothers or parents mortally wounded. Fate has spared us so far, but I know I'll have to face that ordeal one day. It's bound to happen. Put this above Selena. If any character sustains a severe injury, then she's going to get traumatized. Okay, put this above Selena. All right, Selena. All right, so then this card goes away. It gets burned, meaning it's just out of the game. So we're done with it. All right, so now we cycle this back around here. Now things are going to start happening. Okay, so then this triggers. It's the person with the grenade outside the master bedroom. We trigger this red, which just says to flip this card. Let's see what happens. If it's barricaded, then we just discard the barricade and this event gets delayed. Otherwise, the glass shatters and a grenade explodes in the middle of the room. All right, so there you have it. We wouldn't have a chance to have picked it up if we were still in there. If we were in here, notice just in here, then we would have taken 4 wounds. Terrible. And now it says, flip the bedroom card. So the bedroom card has gotten destroyed. It's burning in a fire. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to come in, but look what's happened. Gears. So we've got a whole bunch of gears in this room that we could come get. Now notice the red lines. So it will take wounds to walk in here. So if we wanted these gears, we could come get them, but it would cost wounds just to cross through them. So this is free. 1 wound, 2 wound, 3 wound, 4 wound. It'll take you 4 wounds to get there and back. You don't get wounds just for being there, just for crossing into it, though. Let me just adjust this a little bit. All right, so I don't think we're going to be going in there. And then this card gets burned. Okay, then the timeline moves over this and triggers this one. This is the cannon at the back of the truck facing the office window. With a deafening crash, a volley of steel spheres smash through the window, then open up to form mechanical spiders that skitter towards us. Where applicable, discard barricade. Okay, so now we have spider mechs. So the spider mechs are here. And we've got our first enemy. All right, so let's do this as we can. So the spider mechs are these little guys here. There's 3 of them. They do have standees, but I think maybe we can just leave them as they are. They fill this room. They have number 125B, which matches this card. You can see this says anchor it. So this goes into our timeline here. So they're going to trigger on the next cycle. And let's see how they work. So the skull means it's an enemy that's going to try to attack us. When we remove all the spider mechs, we can get rid of this card. Otherwise, when the timeline circles back to it, they are going to move up to 3 spaces towards the nearest player, attack for 1 damage. And if you're in the same area as a spider mech, you can't leave. They've only got 1 health, so 1 punch will kill a spider mech. Let me just make sure that that's the right, that I'm reading that right. I'm fairly sure. I don't know how else you could read it. So you can't move when you're in a room with them, and their life is, yeah, they only have 1 life. So a punch does 1 damage, plus or minus the modifier. Don't forget. So, and that anchors there. All right, so they're going to move and try to do 1 damage for us. But we could get to them and kill them first. But now notice we have to go to this and trigger this again, which says shuffle the event deck and put 2 more event out. That's getting overwhelming very quickly. So here's our event deck, and 2 more are coming out. 1, 2. So the first one says, this is the kind of violence our parents have been trying to protect us from for so long. Okay, 105. Where was this? We don't even know what this is related to. So this is a green. It has to go here. And this one says, in the lounge, a sudden thud shakes the lounge door. My heart is pounding. We steel ourselves for the moment they come rushing in. So that's our ground floor. They're going to be coming in from here somewhere, through the window, through the... We haven't even been to the kitchen and garden. They could be coming in right from here, this door or this window. All right, so bad things are going to happen to us on our next turn. And now we get our turn again. Boy, this is rough, huh? We should get out of here. So, okay. Let's have this guy barricade this door that they might come in from. Yeah, that's what Jonathan is saying. Barricade the front door. Okay, so let's see his action. Now notice that he's only got 1 space. So let's get our tokens back. All right, now if we upgraded this, he almost has enough to upgrade it. Then maybe we could do more with it, but that's not going to be happening anytime soon. So let's start by barricading the front door. Now he's got 2 actions. He could almost get here and barricade this window, but he can't. It would take him 1, 2 movement to get here, and then that's it. Oh, and then he couldn't barricade again anyway. All right, so there's that. Surely she went to the trouble of coming in here. Let's have her pick this up. Maeve. Okay. Surely he's going to be looking out this window. That's our plan here. So let's do that. He's looking here, 130. Jamal. They've kidnapped Swan. The savages caught him on the barn roof and bundled him away. I swear to God we'll find him, and we're going to make every last one of those scumbags suffer. My stomach is knotted. I got to think of the rest of the family. Get away, organize to help us find him. After the initial shock, this player character is boosted by adrenaline, gaining a purple action token. They now have a 4th action token, which can be used like any other. Add 131. All right, so a new event comes out. We put that on the event deck. There is a spare purple token it just says he now gets it. So he has one extra action. And there is a rope. So we can take a hand action to retrieve the rope. Well, surely we're going to do that because... So first of all, this goes out here as an ongoing thing to remind us that we can do this action. I mean, he is here, and we're either going to stay here to escape or we want that rope, but we need to get that rope. So he's going to do a hand action to retrieve the rope. So we're flipping this card. All right, so it's a rope, but it doesn't do anything. We could have attacked the spiders, huh? Well, it's too late. I picked up the rope, and the rope doesn't seem to do anything. So let me give him the rope. But this is important because now we know there is going to be no escaping from this window. I wanted to do that so that we could abandon this plan of the window early on if it's not going to work. Now, there's not going to be any way to outrun these creatures. I think we're just going to take some damage on them. They move so fast, unfortunately. We need the key. We need the key. Maybe grabbing that rope will prevent people from climbing up. That's an interesting idea. All right, we need this key, so we're going to have to come in here and fight these people. In fact, you could make the case that we'd be better off just going in there. All right, well, we need these gear. We're not going to leave 2 gear here, so why don't we pick up these 2 gears for 1 action. That's Selena. Although, is it more important to 1, 2 to get a free shot on these guys? If we could kill one, we could kill one before it attacks us. But maybe we want them out of here. Hmm. Any thoughts? I'm not sure we need to mess around with this other bedroom. I mean, what could be there? All right, she's going to pick up these. There's no... I just can't imagine wasting time coming back in here. I'm going to have her pick these up. That's her one action. And surely she's going to come out of here. Unless you think we should trigger this now and see what happens. All right, let's trigger this. Let's trigger the boiler. Because it's... I wonder, we trigger the boiler and then we move here and these guys will all come to her. This guy will be able to sneak in here and get this key. I think that's what we should do. Do you think we shouldn't trigger the boiler now, though? I mean, we're leaving. I'm triggering the boiler. All right, where's our boiler? I just don't know if it's going to bring people to the upstairs, which would be the worst thing for us. All right, let's do this. Let's just see what happens. We're going to fire up the boiler. So Selena is going to take another hand action to fire up the boiler. Let's see what happens. I light the boiler, set it to full power. I reckon that should attract our attackers. But as I leave, from the corner of my eye, I spot sparks shooting from the appliance. The boiler is about to overheat. Interesting. All right. I don't know what's going to happen here. 3 generic tokens go on this card. So the spiders are going to come after this. But it's going to blow up this whole floor. But only once per turn. This might work. So this goes in the timeline. It's blue, so it's going to go here. So those spiders are going to come after the boiler. We didn't even think about that. As long as Selena can get out of that room, they're going to go past her. I don't know. We might pull this off. I'm not sure. It's hard to know exactly what's going to happen. But we got 3 rounds before the whole second floor blows up and kills anyone on the second floor. So let's keep that in mind. The good news is that if she can get out of this room, I think they're going to walk by her. So she has one more move left. She's going to walk right up here to look at these spiders. They should be going right into target the boiler. This only flips and gets destroyed when there's no more cards here. That was 3 rounds. I think we might have gotten lucky here with that. All right, well, this guy has 2 more actions. The question is, he should probably come right for this key, and we should forget about this bedroom, don't you think? So I think he just walks here 1, 2. All right, now, people are going to be coming in from here. She's got the shotgun, so I think Maeve should go 1, 2, so she can shoot people in that come into this room. So that's her 2 actions. He's got 2 actions. So I wonder if he shouldn't walk here with 1. What if he either takes or gives his gears to her? Like, let's upgrade her gun or his barricade machine. What do you think about that? Like, he's got nothing else. He's got, sorry, I just walked him. So he's got 1 more action. He could have come and gotten this one for free. I don't think that's worth it, though. But if he has an action, he could give Maeve some materials to let her upgrade her gun. All right, the chat's calling me. Let's see. If she gives the gear to Brick, can he upgrade the barricade tools? Yes, he could. So can he take from her? Let's see. Exchange items. Yes. Okay, so he could take her material, and then the next turn he'd have 3 to upgrade the barricade tool. I'm not sure the barricade tool is worth upgrading, though. We don't know how it upgrades. You're not allowed to look at it. But surely the gun is going to be useful in the future. Like, the barricade tool is going to just be useful for this chapter. This could be useful for another chapter, though. We've got the gun and the flinging of embers. So I feel pretty good about this pair being down here. I think we should upgrade that gun. Okay, so let's have him, for his 3rd action, use the hand icon to give her 2 gears, 2 materials. So she's ready. I suppose we should have done that while they were both in this room. And then she'd have the upgraded gun. Then she could upgrade the gun instead of walking. Would we want to do that? Would we want her to be here with an upgraded gun or here with a non-upgraded gun? I think maybe this is better. Because we don't know if the gun is going to change the range of it or not. And if it's not, that's worse for us. Although, maybe we don't want her to be so close to this. So do we want to rewind it and let her upgrade her gun before she walks in here? She won't be able to walk in here if she upgrades her gun. But would that be better? I think maybe it would be better. So let's have her, instead of spending a walk to get into here, let's have her upgrade her gun. Sorry. So she has to do a hand action. Spend 3 gear. This is kind of fun. And upgrade the gun. Let's see what upgraded gun does. What we're hoping for is bigger range. No, it's not bigger range, but it's bigger damage. Okay. All right. So she's too far to shoot anyone who comes in here, but that's okay. Like, they might move this way anyway. All right, everyone is done with their actions. We don't yet have the key. And we're going to need to get that key and get out of here. Don't forget, the barricade stops us too. But it's okay. They'll get rid of that barricade soon enough. All right, let's take our next break. When we come back, they're coming in through the doors and windows. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we're back playing Chapter 1 of Heredity Book of Swan. Things have started to get serious. We've got spider mechs about to kill us, but they're attracted to the noise from the boiler. That may be the only thing that saves us. We've finished our actions. It's time to run the timeline. Let me just check in with the chat, see if anyone has anything else to say before we get started here. People are about to bust through the front door. We've got some barricades, but they're probably going to come in through this window. Actually, I've got another window here I forgot about. Maeve has a rifle that does a lot of damage. I don't know. We've got a shot at this. To get out, we're going to have to go through the garden to the garage, though, and we need the key, which we haven't even gotten yet. That concerns me. We have some rope, but we don't know how to use it. All right, here we go. This is going to get serious. Now, the only thing that's going to save us from death is how these spider mechs work. But let's see if we can figure it out here. So timeline, no one's severely injured, so nothing happens there. Now we move to this timeline. Okay, the spider mechs trigger. This is our first time triggering a non-player character, so let's make sure we understand it. They're enemies. They have a health of 1. They have a shield of 0. They move up to 3 towards their target, and then they do a melee attack of 1. Then you can't move when you're in with the spiders. So we would do these spiders in turn. Normally, they would target this guy. He's in the room with them. However, we turned on this boiler, and it's starting to make noise. And it says, whenever non-player characters on the upper floor are activated. Their movements and attacks target the boiler while this card is in the timeline. So they're targeting the boiler, which we are saying is here, which is going to blow up in 3 rounds. So these spiders go 1, 2, and he attacks the boiler. But there's no sense that this damages these things. This is sort of, they're just being attracted to the noise of the boiler, and they're attacking where it's making sounds. It makes sense that they would ignore us. Like, we're standing deadly still, and they're just going chitter, chitter, chitter. So they're all here attacking the boiler to no effect. Now, if the rules told us that that this was the damage of the boiler, then we'd be in trouble. They'd blow up the whole 2nd floor with us on it. We'd all be dead. But that's not what this is saying. This is saying that the boiler's overheating. They're not going to affect that. So I think they're just wasting their attack on this. It would be nice if it said more clearly that, you can't damage the boiler. There is no boiler object that's getting damaged. So I think that's it. Now, should we be drawing these cards for them? I think maybe we should. Drawing these cards is good for us because it'll give us a better idea of what's left in the deck. So I'm going to say that they do make attacks on the boiler. So the first one is doing +0 attack. The second one is doing a -1 attack. And the third one is doing a -2 attack on the boiler. That's good for us because we know the -2 is no longer in the deck. So we could plan for the worst case being a -1. But in fact, here is a -1. So that's a good sign for us that our attacks are going to be a little more predictable now until that runs out. I think that's a fair reading of the rule. All right, so the spider mechs have attacked. Now we go over here, and the boiler starts overheating, so we lose one of these tokens. Two more rounds from now, that'll blow up. We need to get out of here. It's going to be a little tricky. It's going to take us 2 rounds to get out of here, but we might be able to pull it off. All right, so then we move down to here, and we trigger this. A sudden thud shakes the lounge door. My heart is pounding. We steel ourselves for the moment they come rushing in. Why us? I can't get the question out of my mind. If the lounge door shown opposite is barricaded, it is, we did barricade it, then we just remove this barricade token and we trigger this effect, which basically shoves this to the discard of the events. So it's not going to come back until we get through the next events. Like it's not even in here to be shuffled in. So that door is going to be safe for us for a while. Unfortunately, it's not where we want to go. We need to get out through the garage. But that's nice and safe. No one's going to be coming in this way from us. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to barricade this window. So this is going to trigger next. So this is the kind of violence our parents have been trying to protect us from for so long. Seeing them roll up at our place is already making me crazy, but I I fear the worst is yet to come. Whatever they're planning, they'll be hitting us soon, and we won't be able to hold out for long. All right, so we got a little bit of a break. That just goes away. And now this is triggering, which is 2 new events from the 3 that are left. Okay, so 1 and then 2. This one comes out first. In the lounge, oh, there are more coming through. Okay, this is going to be the window coming next. If he can barricade that window, that would be great for us. And then what's coming even sooner is our nerves are frayed, mesmerized with fear. Our legs are trembling, eyes blurred with tears. We can't understand what's happening to us. That sounds stressful. All right, so that's coming next. And now it's our turn again. All right. So we did so well with these spiders. They didn't even slow us down. Okay, so we got to get in here and get this key. And then get out. This person could leave right away. The nice thing is that Jamal, who has to do the work, has 4 cubes. All right, let's get everyone ready to go. Surely this person is going to come over here and barricade this window. 1, 2, and then 3 again. Makes sense. Although it may make, I don't know if we want to open this garden path until we're ready to go. Because as soon as we open up this garden, it feels like enemies can come in that way. Our most important thing is the key. You could even imagine that he could get the key and then give it to someone else to run through. But let's go get that key. So let's have him walk there and then look. 126. Does anyone have... All right, you let me know. Don't wait for me to ask you. If you have something you want me to do, you just let me know. Key comes first. Surely the key. Where the hell are those keys? This place is such a mess, and the stress making my hands tremble doesn't help much. Under that folder? No. In the drawer, maybe? Oh, nada. Unbelievable. Come on, give me a break. Oh, boy. So 2 generic tokens on this card. And then it says we can search for the keys. Every action gets rid of one of these things. And then we'll find them. Okay. Boy, I hope we can get out of here in time. 1, 2, 3. Whew, this is going to be close. All right. So there's 2 time on that card. He is here. So he could, right now, with his 2 remaining actions, do those 2 searches and find the key. Then on his next turn, 1, 2, 3, 4. He could get out before the boiler explodes. Well, surely he's going to do one action here to get rid of this. Okay, so there's that. But 1, 2, 3. No, this is the only guy who could get out of here in 1 turn. Because he's got 4 actions, he could go 1, 2, 3. Oh, but he doesn't have 4 walks. But I suppose he's going to have 2 more rounds, right? Because 1, No. Did I think I took, yeah, I took this off the wrong card. Okay, thank God. I took this off this card when I should be taking off this card. Okay. So, in other words, we're going to have this turn and another turn to escape. This turn and another turn. But that's not going to be enough to get out. Like if he picks up the key now, then on his next turn, he can go 1, 2, 3. He'll have a fourth action, but he won't have any more walks. So how is he going to get out of the second floor? He's going to end up on that second floor and take the wounds. I don't see any way around it. So there is one possible way around it, but I agree, there's nothing else we can do. The only thing that, first of all, the boiler might not blow the whole floor. The other possibility is that the bedroom that's here may have a window out. Although you'd think if there was any window out, it was going to be from here. But we might consider having this guy walk in here just to see if there's a way out. Because if so, like if there was a rope you could use to get down, then this guy could go 1, 2, 3 walks and then rope out. Probably not though. All right, but he's going to have to do this. So let's have him do that with his last hand to take this off. So we've searched, we found the keys. That is the thing to do, right? There's no other way to get this guy to do it. Like this guy could go 1, 2, search. Then this guy could run out in time, but then this guy would be in the worst, Selena would be even in worse shape. Or the same shape, I suppose. All right. He's going to do it. If anyone has to get the explosion, it's him since he has a shield. All right, well, he found the keys. Now, another thing to think about is capacity for carrying, because they are at their limits. Like he's got 2 items now. He can't carry, he can carry 1 more item, but that's it. All right, well, he's done. That's scary, but okay. It is what it is. This guy cannot look in this room. If any, he's going to have to do his 1, 2, 3, and get, at least there's a wall here that's protecting him a little bit from the explosion. So if we think this might be a way down, it's going to have to be her that does it, because he's not going to have time. 1, 2. If he explored here, then he'd be even further from getting out. If she explores 1, then she could still come 2, 3. She could still head out. And she's not really needed downstairs. She's not doing much. She's not helping. I think these people got it covered. I think she should do this. I think she should go here. What's the worst that could happen? Like, I don't think she's really needed downstairs. I'm going to have her look at this. 133. She's exploring up there. Hopefully I won't live to regret this. Also, don't we want to see what's in there? All right, so it's another room. There's a gear for her to grab. There's something she can look at on the counter. Surely she's not going to do that. Could pick up that gear, though. But a new event is going to come. People are going to shoot through this window. That's okay. We're going to be long gone. I mean, maybe that's good. Like, let them get distracted to dealing with this upstairs room. All right, so she explored here, so she walks there automatically. And there is a look action here, but surely we don't want her messing up. Why is it doing that? Okay, so here she is. She's done her 1 action. She has 2 actions left. So maybe she should just go 1, 2 and head out of here. Or she could pick up the gear and move here. Any thoughts? She surely... Why is it doing that? She surely shouldn't go up. What is... All right, I'm just going to turn off tracking. Fine. Surely it's not worth it for us to go here. That's too scary. 1, 2, yeah, we can't afford that. But she could waste the time picking this up and then end up here. Let's do it. Let's pick this up. I mean, 1 gear, she's got 3 now. That's a hand icon. And now let's get out of there. There she is walking away. As long as we haven't timed this boiler explosion wrong. She's got plenty of time to get out. Okay, that's Selena is done. Jamal is done. Upstairs is done. Okay, now we want this guy to barricade this window. Could they be coming in through the garden? Here's the downstairs. Through the kitchen? There's the kitchen is over here. But probably they're going to come through the window, right? Can they come through a window or just shoot through a window? This is an interesting situation we're in because... Oh, you're right. That seems like they would come through here. So let me just point something out. When we have our next cycle, if we don't have enough events, this front door event is going to trigger again. So you could make the case that he should come here and lock this up, but maybe we have enough time for that. All right, he's here. Let's have him barricade this window. I just wonder if, like, he shouldn't be constantly trying to re-barricade this front door, too. All right, she should get out of here and be here. So she's going to go here because her gun can reach this space and this space. So let her shoot from here and let her use the embers to throw at people. But he's got 2 more actions and she's got 2 more actions. What should we have them do? I mean, it seems wasteful to just stand there. So she was here, right? So let me undo her move. Maybe if she's got nothing better to do, 1, 2, 3, pick up that gear. Or should we just have her run to the garden? Like, is there stuff they have to do? Should we let them come in this window and evacuate? Seems like crazy to... We have to use this jacket? No, you don't have to use this jacket. It's just that it can get damaged. All right, well, what are we going to do here? Surely we don't want to just waste actions. Maybe we should have had Selena just come downstairs. All right, it's too late for that. Selena has 3 actions. Why don't we have her 1, 2, and go in here? It just seems such a waste to not use the embers. And I'm afraid if we go to the garden, they're going to start attacking us from the garden. It's going to take us 2 turns to get this guy down there with them. All right, we can't afford to waste time. He's barricaded. She's going to go 1, 2. She's going in. She's got guns. So she's going to explore 118. 1, 2, 3. Seems awfully risky to be making your last... No. Take it back. Let her go 1, 2. Let her save her last action. Let this guy go in here. And then if someone shows up here, she'll shoot it. So this guy's going 1. This guy will explore brick. 118. I just can't, they've got nothing better to do. All right, so here's the kitchen. People are going to be shooting through this window, I guess, at us. There's the door to the garage. All right, so 119. First of all, I didn't put this event in. There's 134, and now we've got 119. Okay. So he went 1, 2. All right, so he's done. She has one more move left. Unfortunately, now there's a good chance someone's going to come through this window, but that's okay. She's going to move here. We got to make it out. So there's her last move. Let me put the tokens here, though. We could look at something. That could be another boiler for all we know. It's these guys I'm worried about, but this guy can take damage on his leather jacket. So if anyone's got to have to suffer, it's going to be him. I do worry that this will kill him, but... All right, everyone is done. Here we go. So, spiders come. They attack this again. So here's their attack. 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, those are our good values. They try to attack the boiler. They don't have much effect. Now we move here. The boiler overheats a lot, but not to the point of destruction yet. One more round. Now we go here. Our nerves are frayed, mesmerized with fear. Our legs are trembling, eyes blurred with tears. I hope this doesn't be like you have one less action. One by one, we start to crack. And when that happens, fear prevents us from acting. Yikes. Okay, so anchor, and then this is a typo of some sort, but it clearly means we anchor above the family. So above this card here, or below it, I think we're going to anchor it like that. Okay, so what happens? If applicable, retrieve the action token present on this card. Leave any one player action token on this card before spending the others. Okay, one less action for someone. That's not the worst. Okay, look at this. We embed it in here. It's so interesting, the mechanics of this timeline. It's really very clever. Okay, so that was that. That was that card here. Okay, that's done. Now we trigger this card. In the lounge. Okay, let's see what we've got here. If for each lounge window shown opposite, there's 2 of them. If it's barricaded other this. Okay, so we've got 2 windows they're showing in the lounge, one here and one here. This one is barricaded, so this one we just lose the barricade. The other one, however, is not barricaded. So if it's barricaded, discard the barricade. Otherwise, the window explodes. Place a brute in the area containing the window. Okay, so who is the brute? The scavenger. Does it give us a number that he belongs to? No, we just have to figure out which one he is. Probably the one that there are two of. So there's what a brute looks like. All right, so we're putting him at the window, in the area containing the window, so there. Unfortunately, we can't throw embers at him. However, she does have her rifle. Okay, then anchor this in. So if we had barricaded both windows, but we would have had to upgrade our barricade to make that happen. All right, so this anchors over here. This guy has a shield of 3. The first 3 wounds do nothing, but then he's just got 1 health. So we need to do 4 hits at once with our modifier. Unfortunately, we lost our +2 modifier, but her one shotgun, her one rifle does 4 damage. So if we can get a non-negative modifier, we would kill him in 1 shot. Look what he does, though. He moves 2 and then he hits for 3. All right. The good news is she's in a good position to shoot him. It's too bad we couldn't. If we were here, we could kill him easily with embers. We'd have lots of shots at it. Remember, she's only got 1 shot. So it's going to depend on what's in here, unfortunately. All right. So that's that. He doesn't trigger yet. Next up, the timeline moves to here. And you remember how this works. We've got 2 new events that come out from 3. Just want to make sure I didn't forget to grab any event. I don't think so. Okay, here's our 2 events, 1 and 2. In that order. Okay, here's our first one. One of the attackers pulls out a small bottle, lifts it to his nostrils, taking a deep snarling sniff. He charges at us. Okay, that's bad. And then in the kitchen, you hear it revving as a vehicle accelerates toward the wall. Oh boy, this is going to be bad for us because we cannot get out of this kitchen fast enough. These guys are going to, this is going to come through the wall of the kitchen. Well, I guess we won't be in there when it happens. Now, we're going to have to make room. Because this has to go all the way over here. All right, well, the good news is no one's even injured yet, but the bad news is every time you get injured, you have less action, so it could snowball pretty badly. All right, so we've done this. We're back on our turn again. All right, we need to kill this guy. Now, we do know what's in here based on what's our discard here, so I'm going to let us look at this. We've got a +1, a 0, and a -1. That's scary because it's got a shield of 3. That means if we get a -1 and shoot at it, we've got a 30% chance of missing it. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to think through this carefully. First of all, we know the blower is going to blow up. So the most important thing is that this guy gets as far away from it as possible. He really can't escape it, but he could go 1, 2, 3. Let's get our tokens back. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's really too bad that he doesn't have a good way to do one more run, but 1, 2, 3, that gets him here. Too bad you can't push another character. Okay, now here's what we're going to do. This is one of the interesting things about the game. What we're going to do, I believe, is send Selena with her actions to fight this guy at the same time we shoot at him. Now, let me make sure that that works, that that's legal. So definitely one of the mechanics of this game is to team up. I just need to figure out if they can team up on disparate attacks. So let's see. But no matter what, Selena's going 1, 2. That's her 2 walks. Now, what I think we can do is shoot and melee at the same time, which would let us even overcome a -1. But let us read about combining. All right, so the melee is with fists. Perform an attack, punch or kick, resolve an attack. Okay, now what we want is the teaming up. Okay, there's ranged attack, straight line, maximum number of boundary lines. That's fine. Combined attacks. Okay, here's what we need to learn. Whether you have to be doing the same attack to combine. The game which you play is, okay, you can combine, check the targets within range for as each attacking player. Each player wishing to participate simultaneously spends 1 action to perform an attack. Draw a single card. So that's our solution to avoiding the 30% chance of getting a -1. If Maeve just shoots and we draw a -1, we'll do no damage. But if these two both attack, we'll draw 1 card and they'll be doing a combined 5. So even if we get the -1, we'll kill it. Yeah? So that's what we're doing. This is the first time we've done a combined action. Maeve shoots with her gun. And Selena spends her last action to do a punch. So 4, it is within range, plus 1 is 5 damage. We draw 1 card here. Now this is going to be a wasted action if we don't get the -1, but it gets rid of our worst case scenario. So here's our modifier. Okay, so we didn't need to do that combined action, and there's a -1 in here now, but it was absolutely worth it just to make sure. Okay, we've killed this brute before he's had a chance to attack us. This, I don't know if we get rid of this right now or we wait till we go to it. I guess it's not going to make a difference. All right, so he's gone. She's done. He's done. No, he has still 1 action, but he's got nothing to do. I'll tell you what will have happen. since this was all a given, let's have her on her way down take the keys from him. Although it doesn't really help us because no one can die. Like if he dies, we lose the scenario. But maybe Selena is better off with the keys. Maybe she can start the car while we're waiting for him to catch up. So let's do that. Let's do that. We'll have him give us the keys as we're walking past him on the staircase. This is our discard event. All right. So Jamal is done. Selena is done. She has fired a shot. Thank God she upgraded that rifle. That's the only way we were able to kill this guy. This guy may get blown up. We could lose the game right here. Probably not. He's probably going to take a whole bunch of wounds, but not die. Okay, now these two. Someone's about to come through this window with a vehicle, so probably these two need to get out of here. Right? Probably they should just get out of there. Although he could barricade this window. That's what we should do. Is that barricade going to block the vehicle? He can barricade and get out. Okay, so he's going to walk one. He's going to barricade this window. And then get out. What do you think about that? I think it's worth a try. I think it's worth a try because if we can prevent this thing from getting through here, it's going to make life better for everyone. I'm going to do it. I'm going to barricade with our last barricade this window here. He's got one more action. And I'm going to have him walk through here. 137. Now the bad news is, you know what? Don't walk through. Don't barricade yet. Let her walk through. And then if there's another window here, maybe he will be better off barricading that. Let me put him back. All right, she's going to do her stuff. 137. Let her walk through. Oh, she's done. Okay, so we're outside. How is it that we're outside? I thought there was oh, it's the garden. It's the garden. Okay, so she's made it to the garden. Not yet garage. The moment she walks on this garden, it flips over. This is a little nerve-wracking. So the moment we walk on here, we flip this card. Oh, it's not a flip. Sorry. It's not a flip. It's just to get a 138. It's just telling us the other half of the garden. I see. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have flipped that. It's just the other half of the garden. All right. Well, this could be scary for us because now we do have another event that's getting added. Now, do we think... What? We don't know what this is. The garage is here. She's here. All right, she's done. So I am going to do the actions I suggested with this guy. Walk, barricade, and walk. I don't like how these people are separated and alone, but I don't know what else to do. All right, we weren't allowed to do that because we had to save one action according to this. So someone's action we have to remove. All right, I'm going to undo the whole key thing. I'm going to keep this here. And I'm going to give the key back to him because we have to waste an action. All right, well, here we are. Let me add the 139 event to our event deck. All right. They're going to be coming from here, but thankfully she's got a gun. I don't think she's going to be able to shoot them before they, well, I don't know. All right, let's see what happens to Jamal. All right, here we go. No one's mortally wounded. No one's even been wounded at all so far. Next we go to the spider mechs. They're still here. They're still trying to shoot this. So they draw 1, 2. Then we shuffle this up. Now we've got our -2 and +2 back in here. There's their third one, 0. Okay, so they don't do any damage to the boiler. Then we move over here. All right, here we go. We're about to find out what happens when the boiler overheats. So we lose the last token here. Now it says if there's no more tokens here, flip this card and then get rid of it. So here we go. The boiler that Jamal, just try to duck through those stairs. Here we go. The old rainwater, this old rainwater tank distributes water throughout the house. It also serves as a boiler. There's a good chance the racket it makes when it's lit could attract nearby enemies, creating a diversion. Oh, that's not what happened. What should we do? Oh, flip 122, then get rid of this card. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this card. Flip 122, which is this card here. Okay. All right, let's see what happens now. Okay, so look what's happened. It's flooded, but otherwise, it's okay. Now, this X means anyone that was on any of these spaces would get thrown to this spot, but we're already on that spot. So no big deal. But a new event comes out. 146 gets shuffled in. So we didn't die. We didn't even take a wound. But a new event gets added to the event deck. All right. Didn't even say the spiders die. In fact, the spiders are going to start coming after us now. Thankfully, they already had their turn, so they're not going to come out yet. Okay, but these spiders are going to come chase us down, and we're going to have to fight them. It's too bad we can't do it with the embers. Or maybe we can. All right, so that was the explosion. And then it says after the explosion, we burn this card. Okay. Anything else happen here we have to care about? No. All right. Should the spiders be on the X? That's an interesting question. Well, it's a very interesting question. If so, that's not good for us. Okay, that's a great question though. In general, the rules are very symmetrical for non-player characters. So that's a very good question. Let's see what it says about the X's. So if the X's are colored, you put your colored people. Okay, let's see. Terrain areas may be modified by swapping or flipping. An X shows where to place any characters and tokens. Well, they are non-player characters. So I guess it's enemies too. It would be nice if they clarified that, but I think you're right that that's the way to read it. There is an FAQ. Let me see if there is an entry for us. We had 122, not really. All right, so I think Jonathan is right, or Corsica is right. So I am guessing that the spiders do end up here, which means they're going to have to be defeated before we can leave here. Which means this person might have to back up the stairs to help. Well, what can you do? We almost made it. Thankfully, the spiders aren't that hard to kill, although if you get a couple negatives, you're stuck there with them. All right, well, I think I don't. Any characters and tokens. So, yeah. Characters and tokens. That's pretty clear. These guys got to be here. All right. Well, they were going to catch up with us anyway. Probably. All right. So now we move over to here. And there are no brutes. So this goes away. It is an event, so it goes into the event discard pile where it will get shuffled back in when we need it. Then we cycle around here to the kitchen. Now, if we're lucky, that barricade's going to protect us. Let's see. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a wasted barricade. So anyone in the kitchen take 3 damage. Okay, thankfully no one's in the kitchen, so we didn't take any damage, but now we have a new event, 120. Unfortunately, our group has now been split apart. And we lost that barricade, I guess. All right, well, that's pretty bad. That's really too bad that that barricade didn't work for us. I guess we're going to lose it. Just totally wasted. Well, it was worth a shot. Still think it was worth a shot because it could have made the difference. And we've got 2 materials here. And we've now made it much harder to walk through here. All right, well, it is what it is. Then this gets discarded. That's too bad. Next up is this card. One of the attackers pulls out a small bottle, lifts it to his nostrils, taking a deep, snarling sniff, and then he charges at us. Those damn fools are coming right for us. They're driven by a burst of energy, probably from some drug. Run through the NPC cards in the timeline, starting from the hourglass. Activate the first living non-player character. And then this goes away. So this gets a free hit. So this is really pretty terrible for us. Then this goes away. The first living non-player character with a red anchor at the bottom of its card. What does it mean with the red anchor? First living non-player character. The red anchor. What does that mean with the red anchor? I mean, I assume it meant the spider, but it says the first living. So the spiders don't trigger. Like if you look at these people, they do have red anchors here or something. So actually, this thing does not get juiced up. So I thought the spiders were going to trigger now, but they don't. They don't trigger. They're not living. So they don't drink the drug. I guess living or not, they're not drinking this drug. So we would trigger them, but there's no one here because we killed that brute, thank God. Next we go here and we put out 2 new events. 1 and 2. Okay, here's our first event. In the kitchen, the door of the car used for this ram raid crashes to the ground, kicked off its hinges from inside. A huge hand emerges and effortlessly grabs a rock the size of my head. There's no way the creature exiting the car is human. All right, this is terrible because we have to get through this, and we're never going to make it in time without fighting this. And then we've got in the lounge, a droplet falls from the ceiling, water seeping from it, forming large dark stains. The flooding upstairs is spreading. So this is going to crash down on us. I don't know if we're going to make it out of here in time. I think we may have taken too much time getting that key. But all right, so it's our turn again. So let's get our actions back. Here's our real problem, because otherwise we could go 1, 2, 3. Otherwise we could pretty much get out of here, get everyone out, which would be great. But this guy is stuck. Well, it's time for a break first. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, it's not over for us yet. I think we can kill these spiders. It's going to leave us split with new creatures coming into the kitchen. You can see here's the car that crashed in. Can you guys see that okay? There's the car that's crashed in through the kitchen, and someone's coming out of that with a big rock in their hand, which I guess they could throw at one of us. But our first order of business, it appears to me, is to get this guy free. Then we're going to have a real decision to make about these two, whether to split up this group or to backtrack just so we can be together. Now, let's think about this in the smartest way. There's 3 spiders on this guy's space. He can't just run away from them, so they must be killed. Let's take a look at what we've got here. We've got a 0. So he doesn't have any weapon. He just has to use his hands and feet. So he's just going to do 1 damage, and 1 would kill them. But this would be a fail. This would be a fail. And these 4 would be successes. He's got to kill 3 of them. Selena doesn't have a weapon either, so I don't think it makes sense for her to come and fight simultaneously. But it's very possible she's going to have to come up and help him fight and then either stay up there with him or come back down. So why don't we see if we get lucky? It's possible he'll be able to kill all 3 of these with 3 fight actions and then walk down. If not, then we'll send her up there to help. So let's do, he's going to do melee combat using his hands. Here's his first combat, +2. All right, that kills 1 of these spiders. Here's the second one, also hand, right? Because there's nothing that he needs his hands for. All right, here's second combat. That's a success. Second spider killed. Now, if he can manage to kill this spider on this one, then he'll be able to walk down here with his 1 free one. +1. All right, so let's say he used his adrenaline and kicked the last spider. Okay, so we've killed all the spiders as well as one could have hoped. That's great. Surely we want him downstairs with the rest. That's his last action. All right. Now we're downstairs. Now if the top floor collapses from water damage, we're okay. Unless it collapses on this space, which it's likely to do. There's nothing we can do about that. Now we know here we've got a -2 and a -1. So the next fights we do, if they're us fighting, we're going to have a -1 or a -2. All right, now everyone's got their full actions, although we have to leave 1 token here. So now we have a real choice to make. We could get Selena out of there, 1, 2, 3 with this group. That's one option, get Selena over here. Another option is to try to group everyone together to fight this monster that's coming out here. If we did decide to do that, we could pick up these gear. Like we could move here, pick up gear, move here, and all be together, really, to fight this creature together, which could be important for us. In fact, we could go look here. The other option would be to send one person to scout ahead to see what this is. I'm just afraid that people are going to be coming here and one person alone is going to be in trouble. So I'm not really sure. Should we all get together on one space? We can't all get together. This guy is alone here. We can't move him. But Selena's got her full set of actions. Selena could go 1, 2, pick up these. Does anyone have any gear that needs to be upgraded? We have the multi-tool that could be upgraded, but we don't know what it would do. If we wanted to, we could have Selena go 1, 2, Brick go 1, 2, well, 1, 2, and then he could upgrade his barricade, but he wouldn't have 1, 2, 3. He could upgrade his barricade, but he wouldn't have a chance to use it. I think we should all go here. We'll have a better chance of killing this giant creature. We can't run away from it, really. So I'm going to have Selena go 1, 2. That's 2 of her actions. And I'm going to have Maeve go 1. And I'm going to have Brick go 1. We're going to do this as a group. And now I'm going to have Selena give her gears to Brick. And then I'm going to have Brick upgrade the multi-tool. Maybe we'll get lucky that it's something good. So it gives us 4 barricade tokens. Not sure we're going to be able to use these. All right, so it just gives us new barricade tokens. probably not useful, but maybe we'll be able to make use of it. Maybe we get into the garage and lock the garage. Okay, now we have to keep one here, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then we've got one more action to spare. What do we want to do with that action? We've got actually two actions, so I think maybe what we should do is let Maeve move and look. And we'll spend this action here. All right, so she's a little bit separated, but she's got a gun, so she can fire into this space if she needs to. However, if the bad guy walks here, well, all right, we're going to look here at 121. Maybe this gives us some advantage. Oh, a knife. Oh, I wish we had seen this knife before we could upgrade. We should have thought about a knife in the kitchen. Okay. Would have been nice to upgrade that knife. All right, so Maeve is our fighter. She gets a knife. Okay, that's it. We're out of actions. All right, here we go. So we move over here. There's no more spiders, so this goes away to our discard. And now here comes the bad stuff. Droplet falls from the ceiling, water seeping from it. Whoa, look at this. Okay, so we're going to be a bit in trouble now because this is crashing down on our guy, but there was no way to avoid it. So let me show you what this card does. First of all, it says 146B replaces 103B. So basically, it kicks out here, and this guy who was here now gets pushed to here. So we were right next door to where we wanted to go. Now we are one step further away. Oh, actually, we can go here. So we're not one step further away. But it would be harder to get here, I guess. All right. Well, it's not the end of the world. We keep thinking we're going to get hurt by these collapsing house, but not yet. All right, but it pushes us a little bit this way. Doesn't seem like that much has happened to us. I suppose if we had not yet been downstairs, it would be bad. But because we were on this card, it really didn't harm us. All right, so this card goes away. All right, that wasn't so bad, huh? All right, next up is this card. All right, here's the creature. The door of the car used for this ram crashes through to the ground, kicked off its hinges. A huge hand emerges effortlessly, grabs a rock the size of my head. It's not human. Wow. 4 defense and 4 life. This is the boss. A huge scavenger clambers out of the car. A gigantic figure stands 8 foot tall, muscles rippling with steroids. Oh, he's right in the space with Maeve. Okay. He does 5 damage if he's in their space, or melee attack for 3, or ranged attack for 3, plus 2 gears on the boss's area. When you kill him, he drops gear. Okay, so this goes here. We take a scavenger, which is this scavenger boss, and he comes right out on her space. She's got a knife and a rifle. That's not bad. Unfortunately, it's actually not the best for us, because it's actually pretty bad for us. We may have to come take the knife, because what we'd like to do is combine the two, I think. Because we have to get past the defenses. So we may have to trade that knife to someone in order to combine 2 attacks into 1. Quartzcon says he's slow, only 1 movement. Oh, that's a good point. We could try to just run away from this guy. Huh. Well, it was a good decision to get everyone to team up, though, because I think maybe we just team up and we can one-shot him if everyone helps. All right, so that was that. Now we got to do this, though. 2 new events come out. So the first event is the garden. Oh, something's digging its way into the garden. All right, well, this is going to be bad because we're not going to be able to get past this in time. And what's the other one? Maeve, the scene outside makes my blood run cold. Swan walked into an armored vehicle, looking back at the house, yelling, no doubt calling to us for help. All around us, they're preparing for another assault. Okay, that feels like it's just a time clock. All right, it's our turn again. So we survived another round. All right, let's make sure we do this properly. These are spent. So our cards here are +1, -1, -2. That's pretty bad. But I think, okay, so we could just run away from this guy. That's tempting. I mean, he only moves 1 at a time, but he does range, a range of 1. So let's go over our options. Maeve has a 4 damage, but I think if we could have 2 people attack at the same time, we'd be doing 8 damage. Then even if we drew a -2, it would be 6. -4 would just be 2. You'd have to hit him twice. But what if we all combine? 1, 2, 3. If we all combine, we can do 1 damage, 2 damage, 8 damage. That would be 10. -2 would be 8. -4 would kill it. So we could still all team together to kill this thing. No matter what card we draw. I think that's right. The way it would work would be 1, 2, 3 to move this guy here. And then these 2 both move up. And one of them takes the knife. And then we all attack it at the same time. And we kill it. In fact, we might be able to upgrade that knife in the process. So that's one way to do this. The other way is just to run. So let's just see. The most this guy could get is 3 away. 1, 2, 3. So this guy would be attacked by this creature on the next, when it's this turn's guy to act. And he would do 5 damage on him. So I think we're going to attack it. Okay, but Corsican says, should we have triggered this? If a family member kills a living creature, did we kill a living creature? Yes, we killed that scavenger. Finish the current action and flip this. Okay, let's see what we got. It had to happen. Blood has been shed. Sure, we were acting in self-defense with our lives at stake, but even so, killing's never easy. Maybe the person we just killed had a family too. Our spirits are at a low ebb. We were homesteaders, never killers. Now this. Retrieve the violence card from your karma deck and apply the upgrade. Then shuffle your karma deck and discard pile. Okay. All right, good catch. So here's our Violence 1 card. So we're going to upgrade it now to replace it with a 912, which is a card from the Secrets deck. Okay, good catch, Corsican. So now we upgraded to Violence 2. Let's see what that means. So we've upgraded from Violence 1 to Violence 2. So it's actually a +2. So we got better. It was bound to happen. All right, so now, though, we have to shuffle everything, so we don't know anything about our attack deck anymore. But I'm not sure that that's bad for us. Shuffle it together and then burn this card. Okay, so not so bad. So is everyone in agreement that we should kill this guy? Because otherwise he's going to attack Jamal. And I'm not sure we'll ever be able to get away from this guy. We'd have to always be running. I mean, you could certainly make the case that everyone else could get pretty far. 1, 2, 3. These guys could get here. She could get 1, 2, 3. It would only be Jamal who would be attacked by this guy. But once he survived the 5 damage, we could get ahead of him. It's really it's a close call, though, right? But we don't know what's coming out here. If something comes out here that we have to fight and we're caught between the two, then we're dead. So we got to take the shot at this guy. All right, who wants to take the weapon? I guess we should give it to Selena. The women are the fighters here. So Selena's going to come up here for 1 movement. And then Maeve is going to spend a movement to give her the knife. Now we can knife and shoot at the same time. I wonder if it's worth trying to... We can't really upgrade the knife in 1 shot. Okay, so here's the only thing now. We have a full deck here of karma cards, right? So the worst case is a -2, but it's only 1 out of 9 cards is a -2, but -1 is much more likely. So we probably won't get a -2. We'll probably should plan for a -1. So just if these 2 attack, that's 8. -4 is 4. So we need someone else to help. But we probably don't need 2 people to help at this point. But this guy's got to come up here anyway. So 1, 2. Let's let him walk up to. He's probably sick and tired of always being behind. All right. So the question is, we probably don't need them both to attack. 1 out of 9 chance is probably not worth wasting. But we have to send someone up there to help. I wonder, I'll tell you what, I think maybe before we send Selena up there, she should take these gear. Let's get her prepared to upgrade that knife once she picks up the gear from this monster. All right, so we're going to have to spend 1 here, so I'll leave that there. She only needs to fire her rifle. Although, actually, we could get them both to come back down here. That's probably what we should do. All right, let's let Brick come up here to help. That's 1 action to walk. You know what? Let's leave these gear here for Selena to come back and get on her way back. That way she can come back down. She can come back down. He can come back down. He'll wait. In fact, we'll just have him pick these up. He can give them to her later. And then we'll save 1 of these for later. Now everyone can attack and get back down. Now, if I get a -2, this whole game is over. But 1 out of 9, you can't. If there's one thing I've learned, if there's one thing board games teach you, is you cannot try to stop a 1 out of 9 chance. You can't change your whole plan for 1 out of 9. Although you could make the case that the benefit of being able to get down here is so small, you might as well move everyone up. I can't do it. I must force myself to take a 1 out of 9 chance. All right, here we go. So everyone is attacking. Maeve is shooting her gun. Selena is using her knife. And Brick is fighting with his fists. 1 + 8 is 9. He's got a defense of 4. So 5 is getting through minus what, plus whatever we got here. If we get a -2 here, I'm going to have to go to break. Okay, -1. So that means 8, 9, -1 is 8. Shield of 4. 4 got through, which is exactly enough to kill him. So I think I need to check this rule that the skulls should trigger now. It feels like the skulls should trigger now. rather than when we update him next. All right, that was scary. That was scary, but we planned it out. Let's see. Don't apply. Let's see. If he sustains damage, remove him from the terrain, then apply the effect. Yeah. So he gets killed. The boss scavenger gets killed, and he immediately drops 2 gear on his space. All right. So we probably want to pick up that gear, but that means not everyone will be able to get to this space. I wonder if we didn't, well, no, I guess it doesn't really matter much. All right, so let's move everyone except for Selena down. And let's let Selena pick these up and put on her space. A little risky to not have Selena with us, but I think we want her to have that knife. And everyone, Selena, Maeve, and Brick ran down here. I don't think anyone's coming in through here, so she's going to be safe. And we're almost in a situation where we could pick up, or where we can upgrade that knife. All right, boy, that worked out reasonably well for us, but bad people are coming and time's running out. Selena used her last action to pick up gears. Okay, so we finished our actions. Now we shift over to here. This guy is gone. I guess we probably... Oh, this guy could come right out again. Could he? No, it doesn't say. That's odd. The other discarded events say they go back into the deck. Not this one, though. So the boss we're not going to have to fight again. Thank God for that. All right, but... 139, that's out. Okay, so the problem is that these guys are going to come back out again. The spiders... These other fighters... But they're going to be coming in the lounge, so hopefully we can outrun them. Okay, so that goes here. Now we've got these. Are we all on the same page? We've got the embers. What about this one? Severe injury. All right, no one has got a severe injury yet. All right. Let's go through the enemy turn. All right, so here's Maeve worrying about her baby son. From the car carrying Swan, a scavenger barks orders into a megaphone. Boys, I got the brat. That's all Sam wanted. Ice the others and let's go home. The assailants assemble and head for the house. Now they have Swan. It seems writing's on the wall for us. Run through all the NPCs. So thankfully, no one is on our enemy list, but I have a feeling this is like game is ending for us. Luckily, this didn't trigger anything, but it's going to trigger very soon. In fact, in a moment, it's going to trigger. All right, we might not make this. Here's something digging its way in the garden. Oh, dear Lord. A robot erupts from the ground, plants its 3 mechanical legs in the earth. Then, with a frightening rattle, its turret starts spitting bullets in all directions. Place the robotic turret as shown. Add 140 to the event deck if applicable. So it's got a range of 2. Ugh. Targeting every PC in range. Does that mean it hurts all of us? Wow. All right, let's do this now. Where is this? Where is this turret? I don't know if we're going to survive this. So here's the turret, 138. So it's actually here. The good news is it's not quite within range and it doesn't move. But 1, 2, 3, we're not going to be able to get to it. And it's too bad too, because Selena is the one that's even 1, 2, 3. She's not going to be able to help with her knife. That's too bad. But 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. We're not going to be able to get to this thing to kill it. I'm not sure what we're going to do about this. Okay, add 140 to the event. So because we're so far away is what's going to get us killed here. All right, so 140 goes to the event deck. This comes out here. Then we have to add 2 events. There is only one. So this comes out first. Briefcase with antenna. One of the scavengers standing on the roof is clumsily fiddling with some kind of briefcase with an antenna. It's like calling in an airstrike on us. Okay, and then we have to take one of our previous events and shuffle them into the event deck. Let me just make sure I'm doing that right. If it's empty, shuffle the discard. Yeah. So now we get one of these coming out. Here's the one that's coming out in the office. Okay, that's the office spiders. That's probably pretty good for us. Well, they're pretty close, but maybe we can get past. So if we were closer to this turret, we could take it out without getting hit by it, but I don't think we are close enough to do it. So it's our turn again. We're all going to take 2 wounds, basically, from this turret. But maybe that's not the end of the world for us. Like, we don't need to be doing too much talking. So we'll all take a talking wound. And then prepare to kill it on the next round. That's too bad, but... So... if we all go 3, 1, 2, 3, all of us could stand on this except for the Swan who has the knife. 1, 2. I wonder if someone shouldn't go in here. Maybe. I mean, we have to be. There's no way to avoid getting hit by this. But what we need to do is get ourselves there. 1, 2, 3. So we could have this guy go in here and be safe, but we need to be able to team up to kill this thing. So they all still can move 3. So 1, 2, 3. Can we check for a ranged attack? We've already used it ourselves to shoot someone in our space. Let's just make sure the rule doesn't say you have to be 1 away. Maximum number of boundary lines. Yeah, okay. So you can shoot from the same space. So probably we should just all pile onto this space so that we can... so that we can attack it. Corsican said... barricade this door after we get through it. All right, let's see what Corsican's theory is here. We can't reach it. Pause to barricade the garden door behind us to fend off pursuers. That's not a terrible idea. We could waste a turn, move only Selena to get her with the group, and then have her take Jamal's gears, upgrade the knife, and charge it next turn. The turret doesn't hit it. We guarantee we kill it next turn. That's the problem with your theory. It doesn't work for one reason. It's enticing, but the reason it doesn't work is that if we pause out of range, it's got a range of 2, right? So we can't walk here. We'd have to stay here. You're right. If we moved Selena, we could get her to upgrade the knife. But the problem is on the next turn, we'd still have the same problem. We'd have to walk 3. We'd be out of actions. So there's no way to be safe and kill it on one round. We're going to have to take 1 round of damage and then we can kill it. So I think what we could do though is, and one of these have to get wasted, but we could sit there with it. We could sit there, take the damage, and then kill it on the next turn and be ready to walk in. What about this building? One, two. So I do like the idea of brick being here. And barricading this door. One, two, three. I'm not sure we need to upgrade that knife yet. It's got 5 and 2. I think that means that we're gonna be able to kill this. So I think what we're gonna have to do is go get everyone in this space, right? Because we can't hide here out of range. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. All right. So we're just gonna go for it. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. That's her 3 walks. And then Selena's going to go 1, 2, 3. That's as far as she can go with her 3 walks. We're going to use one of Jamal's tokens here. We might as well do a purple one. Okay, so now here's your choice. We can have Jamal go 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure there's any advantage to being right on top of this because we'll be able to walk and kill it on the next turn. So I wonder if we shouldn't look in here. Yes, you're right. She's the one that doesn't even have to walk in there. All right, let's have her check out that thing. Okay, done and done. So I should have had this here. Especially because we're going to damage these people's ability to talk, whatever. Okay, so she's doing this 141. Let's see if we might, please don't be like a bad luck thing. This is where we store the barbed wire we used to fence in our livestock. Maybe it will work on the animals chasing us now. You find what you need to set up a barbed wire further in the garden to delay characters as shown opposite. So right away, it's saying take 2 generic cards, put them here. As shown opposite. What is it showing us? 138B. But we don't have 138B. We just have 138. Does that mean... I'm a little confused about this card. We don't have 138B visible. Not even sure what card it's talking about. And then it's an action to set up barbed wire. So we find barbed wire. It seems like it's saying we're going to set up stuff behind us. Does this make sense to anyone? It's talking about a card that's not visible to us. We have card 138, not 138B. 138B is what's on the other side of it. It sounds like maybe it's saying that when we spend 2 actions, we get rid of this, then we flip 138, and it's going to give us this boundary. So I guess this is something that we could use after we kill the turret. Maybe instead of building this. So 1, 2, 3. That's his 3. But let's not do that. Let's do 1, 2, and then give Maeve, Selena, these gears. Everyone's going to be here. But we're all going to be in one step, be able to move and kill. So we'll be able to kill this next turn after it shoots us. And then Brick can do the same thing. Instead of going 1, 2, 3, he could go 1 barricade. And then for his last move, go there. How do we feel about that? Corsican says it's too time consuming to do it. I'm not sure how I'm not sure it's not going to be worth it, but I am in agreement that we don't have to make a decision now. The only question is, are we okay with everyone being one step away from this turret? I think we are, because on the next turn, we're just going to move and shoot it, move and kill it. We have enough turns to do it. There's no, we could get ourselves here instead of here, most of our people, but this at least gets us ready to upgrade the knife. Okay, let's do it. All right, here we go. So the robotic turret shoots everyone for 2 damage. But we have to draw modifiers which can modify that. Range attacks are resolved exactly like melee attacks. So for each attack, draw a card from the karma, add the value, resolve the attack. If it's positive, damage is successful, takes damage matching the total. Just want to make sure we have to get that damage. So do we think we draw a separate karma card for each attack? I guess so. Targeting every player in range. So we're going to draw from our karma deck for each attack. Corsican says, guess what? The upgraded violence card hurts us too. Yeah, this could be pretty deadly, but we can heal. So you could have made the case that well, we haven't done anything yet. Let's think about this for a second. There's no real way for us to... No, I guess this is what we want. I was going to say, like, we could just send the people needed to kill this forward, keep the rest of the group back. Then only, let's say, 2 people would get injured, right? Because if these 2 can do 8 damage, -2 is a 6. I guess we really need 3. All right, doesn't matter. Here we are. All right, we're going to do them in order from Brick, Jamal, Maeve, and Selena. Jonathan is heading out. Okay, here we go. So here's the attack on Brick. It's doing a 2 plus -2, 0. So Brick dodged a bullet. Next attack is on Jamal. He has a shield of 1, and it's a 0. So 2 -1 is 1. So he's going to take 1 damage. And we could put that on the leather jacket, which would disable the leather jacket, but probably we'll just put it on his talk ability, right? Like, who's he going to talk to at this point? Someone else can do the talking. All right, next up. Here we go. Maeve, our girl with the rifle. 2 minus 1 is 1. Boy, we're getting lucky so far. All right, 1 damage to Maeve. We should probably leave someone to talk if we need to. All right, let's put it on Maeve's look action. Then she won't be able to look. Yeah, well, maybe we'll put it on her hand. How many hands do we need? Actually, you could need a bunch of hands, but you won't need a bunch of looks. Okay. I'm going to put it, you can put it on a card that's already got an action spot on it. All right. So 1 more attack on Selena, our knife-wielding girl. 2 plus 1 is 3. Okay. So it could have been a lot worse. There was a +2. There were 2 +2s. All right, not bad, and we're in good shape. But Selena's got 3 wounds. So how are we gonna damage Selena? All right, so she's not gonna be looking, she's not gonna be talking, but we want to protect all the movement, right? So I guess, so now here's a little rule thing we should talk about. If we wanted to, we could voluntarily do a severe damage to her head in order to flip this and then put this on that action that shows up next. Then we wouldn't have to hurt her hands. But once it flips, it can never unflip. Whereas if we do it this way, we could heal her a bit. And something bad would happen when someone gets a severe injury. So I think we're better off doing this. Boy, we can't take too much more damage this way, though, can we? The good news is they're all together. They can help each other heal, and they're going to destroy the hell out of this thing if we can get to it. All right, so that was the turret. Boy, that was deadly. All right, now this cycles back here. Let's see if we're going to run out of time before we can win this game. In the office, rattling sounds and gnashing gears, a hulking cannon mounted on the back of a truck is slowly brought to bear on the office window. Steel spheres pass through the window, open up to form mechanical spiders. Okay, so they break in the office. The spiders are back, got in through little spheres. So they're like a little clock, because we surely have got to get out of here before that happens. So they're shot through the office window right there. Okay. And then they come out there. All right. Then we have this one here. Boy, are we going to make this? How cool would that be? Okay, so scavenger standing on the roof of a pickup truck, briefcase with antenna. This could be the end game type of thing. All the scavenger machines pause briefly as if they had just received new instructions, then deploy and initialize additional mechanisms. The machines are ready to renew the attack. The impending assault promises to be formidable. So anchor this to a mechanical NPC, which is the turret. If this NPC is destroyed, which is what we're about to do, oh no, if it's destroyed, it goes away. But when it attacks, 2 karma cards, pick whichever causes the most damage, and then get rid of this. Apply to the first target. Okay, we're okay. We're going to kill this before this has a chance to trigger. So look how this works. It slots under here. This is so pretty cool, this mechanical slotting thing. Okay, but we're going to kill this before Oh, it's the spider. No, but it's the first one. Is that what it says? It says attach it to a mechanical one. So we can choose. I guess we're going to put it on the turret because we're going to kill the turret. So we'll put it on this one here, right? Because we're about to kill this turret. All right, now this comes over here and we have to add 2 new events, which are here. All right, here's the first event in the lounge. That's okay. I think we're going to survive. We're going to hopefully be done before the lounge people come get us. But then we've got one more. This is a pretty bad one. This is the, I don't remember exactly what this was, but this made Maeve unhappy. Forget what it did. I can't remember. Suppose we could look at it since we know what it is, but I'll just put it there for now. Okay, it's our turn again. We're a bunch of wounded people, but we are very close to the car. We got all our spots back, and we have a good deck here. +2, 0, 0, +2. Unfortunately, it's hard to plan with that because you have to assume you're going to get a 0. All right, here we go. So we could actually deploy the barbed wire to block people coming from this way. Well, I guess we have to decide that now. I think time is our worst enemy here. I mean, yes, obviously we're going to destroy this turret. But we've got, let's assume we're going to draw a 0 here. So gun plus knife would do 8. Plus 0 is 8. Minus 5 is 3. So we only need 2 people, the knife and the gun, to kill this turret. And we don't need an upgraded knife. So let's just do that first, yeah? So Selena moves, and then the 2 of them attack together. Selena moves, and then knife and gun shoot. That does 8 damage. Minus a shield of 5 is 3 gets through. And then the modifier is, now we're hoping for a 0 here, right? +2, okay, doesn't matter. So the turret is killed. And now here's the thing. When the turret gets killed, this goes into our event deck. So it can come back out at any moment. Actually, this is here. So it's actually not going to come back out at any moment because we know there's 2 other events that are going to happen first. So the turret's not coming back soon, but it is adjacent. It is adjacent to the garage, so it can shoot through and kill us. So probably we should just make a run for it. So Selena only has 1 action left. The best she can do is get in here. Everyone should get out of here, though. It's only a matter of whether we should set up the barbed wire. Like 2 people can set up barbed wire with 2 actions. Well, let's have Maeve go here. Surely Maeve's running away. So let's move her one and run her away. And then the only question is whether they should set up the barbed wire for one action each. Put this here. I mean, they have plenty of actions. I guess we should see what's here first. But yeah, 1, 2, and then 1. They could all get here and set up the barbed wire. So why don't we move someone? Let's move Selena down. Just trying to think, like, I don't know what's here. It would be nice before we set up the barbed wire to see what's here. That way we could also have these people attack it. So let's move Selena down. 142, because if there's people to fight down here, we might be better off fighting them rather than barbed wiring them. All right, so notice you need a hand to do this. All right, but let's see what we've got. We've got a look, a gear, a hand, and an event that's going to happen here. Like people are going to come in through this garage door. Nerve-wracking. All right, so let's put this here. Let's take event 143, put it at the back of our event deck. So it could come out. Things could be happening here. We've got one gear. We've got one eye. And we've got one hand, which presumably would be to start the car. Is it better to just beeline and do the hand action? I think maybe it is. I think maybe it's going to take these people enough time to get down here that we'd be better off spending our spare actions doing this stuff. So these guys are here. So she's done. She's here. Forget about this gear. Maeve has one more move. She could get herself down here. But these people could go 1, 2. He could use the keys for his third action. And Brick could go 1, 2, 3 and be ready to look at this. I think that's what we should do. I don't think we should worry about the barbed wire. In fact, we can barricade this door. But actually, there's windows here. So people could come in through these areas. Remember, the turret can come get us, but turret's not going to be for a while. I think we got a beeline for it. The risk of things coming this way is not our big risk. All right, so let's go 1, 2 for Brick. Walk him in there. Let's go 1, 2 for Jamal and walk him in there. Then let's have Jamal now we're not healing anyone, but I guess it makes sense. We'll heal when we have free actions. Okay, let's have Jamal do this with the key. Boy, we could almost get all these people in here. If we hadn't, maybe we wasted something we shouldn't have. All right, we're having Jamal do this hand action before he loses his hands. Okay, 144. Better if we know now what we're going to need. The car's here. It's our ticket to freedom. There's no way we're leaving anyone behind. All 4-player characters must perform the action at the same time. One of them must have the keys. The garage door must be open. One of the PCs must have the purple action token. And then we get out. So we have to be in the center, in the car. Someone had to open the garage door, which is going to be what this is. We have the purple, so we've almost got this. We've almost got this. If we can survive one more turn. Someone has to walk here, look at this, maybe take another turn to do it. But we should be able to do it on the next turn if something doesn't come smashing through here, which is what this could be. Or a turret shooting us. But the turret's not coming out yet. And we have one more turn for brick. So probably... And one more turn for Maeve. That's unfortunate. Oh, Maeve is here. All right, so I guess we move Maeve into here. She's gotta have to move eventually anyway. It's too bad we couldn't have done that to give Brick 2 actions, but I guess that... well, it's too late. All right, so what's it going to be? I guess we move everyone in here. Maeve can move in here once more. And then we've got one more action by Brick. So he could heal someone, or he could walk in here to get ready to do this next turn, which probably makes the most sense. All right, let's have Brick here, just to save one more action. We don't know this. When he does this, for all we know, there's some extra stuff that needs doing. All right. So this got killed when we got the turret. So we just put that there. And then the spiders are still alive. They go here. The other thing we could do for Brick, instead of moving him here, Corsican, is we could barricade this wall. But probably we're going to have another chance for that, right? Yeah, probably we're going to have another chance. I mean, the turret could come right out here, but then the sooner we can get out, the better. All right, here we go. Spiders activate. They can each move 3. So they go 1, 2, 3. They're about to come down the stairs. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now we go over here. So here's Maeve looking outside at her son, ready for another attack. This is him screaming again. Let me just make sure I was supposed to shuffle this back in. Yes. Okay. So this guy's screaming again. Run through all NPCs starting from the thing. Apply all move instructions for NPCs not able to attack. So actually the spiders are coming again. So they go 1, 2, 3. Oh boy. All right. So they triggered again. No other creatures out. That's good. And then this goes into the discard pile. 1, 2, 1, 2, Well, I could come in there. They could get us. All right, let's see. If we this is good for us. Lounge. We're far away. Okay, if the lounge door is barricaded, otherwise the door shatters and the gunner comes in. So a gunner comes in all the way over here at the front door. And then this gets anchored to our timeline. I think we might survive this. I think we might be able to get out of here. Okay, then 2 new events come from our event deck. And let me remind you, one of them is right here. So this is what could kill us if something comes through this door, but could be worse. Okay, here's our first event. The lounge. That's great for us. We might be able to get out before these even trigger. And the next one is... This is the drug-addled person, which would just give the gunner more drugs. So that's pretty good for us, as long as it's not the garage. Unless we need the garage to open to get out. How badly would that be terrible if we need that event to trigger in order to get out? That would be so bad. All right, now it's our turn. All right, and we are ready to get out of here. All right, let me just recap the instructions for escaping, and then we'll take a break and then get out. So we need to have the purple. We might need to have the pickup keys. That's Jamal. We need to be here, all of us. So this guy has to do something and then get back here and have a spare action to take, right? Because he has to do the hand action. They all need to be able to do a hand action. Selena has just one hand action left. That's a little scary. The garage door must be open. That's what could cause this to take an extra round. And then someone has to have the purple action token. Now, what does that mean, have to have it? Does that mean it can't be on this card? So it has to be unspent? All right. All right, let's take our break. It's all going to depend on how hard it is to get that garage door open. If looking at this opens it, then we've got it locked. If not, then we're in bigger trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if... Wait, does it say the game ends? No. It just says flip this card. So it doesn't mean we're home free just because we open the garage door and drive away. There could be some other fight we have to make. Corsican says, I think it just means that a character had to have gotten it, so it could be okay if it's here. Okay, well, we'll see. All right, 8 minutes, and we may have our finale for Chapter 1. We've been playing for 5 hours. Kind of exciting. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Now this could be the finale. I wish we had optimized this a little better so it wasn't brick standing here, because these spiders could get to us if we trigger a separate event. Like, they could get into us. It would have been nice to blockade this wall if we had someone else here, because right now brick has just enough movement to do this, then move here, and then perform this action. So it's very possible we will not get out this turn, depending on what this look action is. We will be able to heal up a bit, though, if no one else has anything else to do. All right, well, let's give it a try. So I guess we're going to do this first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually, with this 4 action guy, Jamal, he could actually get here, do that action, get back, and start the car, leaving brick free to come back and barricade. But I guess we're going to do this first. And if it's simple, it's simple. We'll know right now. The moment he does this, we'll know if we're going to be able to get out of here. So let's have him do this. All right, here we go. 145. This is going to be it. Either this just opens the door or we've got much bigger problems. The garage door controller's here. I hurriedly pressed the button so we can make a break for it. The door starts to open slowly, far too slowly. And to think we'd been planning to clean the rust off it. I swear I'm done with putting things off until tomorrow. Whoa, we have to survive multiple turns. Oh, this could be rough. This could be rough. All right, well, there's nothing to do but do what it says. So we put 2 tokens on it, and there's nothing we can do to speed it up. It just goes on its own. We have to survive this round. Boy, it's really unfortunate we weren't able to do this off the last turn. Wow, that would have made all the difference in the world if we could have looked at that the last turn. All right, well, we can't, so there's no point in worrying about it. Let's tag it in. Well, we still might not survive this. That was rough. Oh, if only we could have done it. We could have found a way to do that. We should have found a way to do that. Okay, so that was his look action. Now you say barricade the door, but I'm thinking actually something else. I'm thinking maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, put the barbed wire up. In fact, I'll do you one better. I think we kind of have to all come here. And I'll tell you why. Because if a turret comes out, we need to be able to kill it. Like, we can all walk in here and escape when time comes. But it's far more dangerous An event could come here too. I feel like we need to be here ready to kill anything that comes out here. So I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then have her come up and upgrade her knife. Or heal. Or maybe do a bunch of healing instead. I mean, I suppose we're close enough that we could move and attack this turret. So maybe it doesn't matter. But I do think we should barricade. So let's do that. Let's do some healing and let's do some barricading. So Jamal isn't injured. I'm going to move. Oh, he's got one injury. That's okay. I'm going to move him 1, 2, and build the barricades. Actually, I'd rather have 2. I'd rather have her here. No, I don't want her 2 away. Okay, everyone can come here. 1, 2. I'm going to have him go 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to be the only one who's standing there. And he's going to go 1, 2, and then 3, 4. And he's going to build the barbed wire. All right, so I've taken the cards off this. I still don't understand this 138B here. But we've now flipped this. Who's going to lose an action on this round? I don't know. Someone is. I hurriedly erect a barbed wire obstacle, my hands bloodied and trembling by the time I finish. Let's hope it holds them back long enough for us to escape. Flip the garden card, 138. Relocate any characters that were there on the central area to the area to the right of 137. So I think that popped him back here. The new white line creates an additional area, making the garden more difficult to cross. That's all it does? That's all it does. Creates one extra area. That's all it does. What nonsense is that? All right, we still got that. Now, Brick has 2 actions. I think he might just stay here. Move for 1. And maybe stay there. Selena could upgrade her knife. Let's have Selena upgrade her knife. Let's see what happens there. She has to use a hand action. And what is it going to do? I guess probably just do 5, yeah. All right, it's okay. That's her 1 action. And then probably she should heal herself for 1. She can't heal herself. Why can't she heal herself? Because she doesn't have that space. Okay, someone else is going to heal her. Maeve is going to spend an action to heal Selena a space. Then Selena can spend an action we want to move her up, yes, so she's ready to kill the turret. So she's upgraded, she's moved, and she's up here ready for the turret. And we can leave Maeve down here to shoot. So she can leave one of her card things here. And then we could either move Brick up here ready to fight. I guess that's what we'll do. I don't know if this is smart. Maybe it's better to leave him down here. Let's leave him down here and have him heal Selena. Let's get everyone as healed up as we can. And then we've got one more action for Maeve. Let's just use it to heal herself. Don't you think that makes sense? Now we're as healthy as can be. We're ready to fight any turret that comes out here, which would be able to shoot us anyway. And everyone can just move in here for one and get away as soon as it opens. We've got nothing else to do. Doesn't really make much of a difference. Then we'll come back in here and we'll try to barricade these things next. Boy, these barbed wire did very little. All right, well, there was nothing we can do. We're just sort of eating time. All right, this comes over here. The spiders go 3. 1, 2, and then they hit the barricade. Now let's read about the barricade. Place 1 or more. So we could 1 or more on a door or window in your area. So we could have put 2 there. I think we probably would have put 2 if we had read that. Okay, but then there's another question about attacks or movements through this token are interrupted. Discard the barricade. So we've got an interesting decision to make, like whether the rule should be that the first guy, should it be that the first guy breaks down the barrier and then the other 2 get through it? Or should it be that they all come across the barrier? It's like one little robot shouldn't be able to knock down all of our barriers. But what we could do is we could say that we left 3 barriers for 3 robots, and then it's sort of a half. I'm not blocking all 3 with 1. I'm making us spend 3 to block these guys. I think that makes sense. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to sort of compromise. I'm going to say that we set out 3 barriers there. And then the robots are all, the spiders are all going to get blocked by that. So now where were these spiders? Were they right here? I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just going to do it that way. I think that's reasonable. It spends most of our barriers, so we won't be able to use excess barriers here. That seems fair. Okay, so there's the spiders. Now they're going to get to us 1, 2, 3. They're actually not quite going to get to us next round. Okay, next is the gunner. That has to move 1 towards us. Actually, it moves twice, right? It's walk 1, and if they're in range, they shoot, otherwise they walk again. They're going to be up here pretty soon, but we're going to survive. Okay, now the garage door is opening. So we're going to have to take a turn and then another turn to get out. Wow, that's really rough. But I suppose as long as we're in the car, we have enough. As long as the turret does, even if a turret came out, we have enough to survive a couple rounds of being attacked. So I think we'll probably be okay. But let's see. First, we have to do this. This is the bottle. They drink their drug, iterate through the timeline, activate the first living thing. So actually the gunner activates again and goes 1, 2. The gunner is in range 1. Boy, we are in, I don't know. All right, there's that. Then this gets discarded. Next up is something else coming out in the lounge. For each lounge window, put a brute. So 2 brutes are coming out. Everything is limited by quantity, by the way. So if we ran out of these, we just wouldn't put out. Okay, so 2 brutes come out in the lounge windows. 1 here and 1 here. Wow, this is getting a little scary. And then these come out. If we had just if we had just looked at that garage door opener, if we had thought a little harder about that and realized that we didn't have time to waste, then we would be comfortably able to escape this. All right. And now 2 new events come, and one of them is the garden, is this new event. Okay, so several scavengers are preparing something unbelievable. They're aiming a grenade launcher into the garden. All right, well, now we know we got to get out of here. Thankfully, we will have time to get out of there. It's a little scary. And then one of our previous events, which could very well be the turret in the garden, which can shoot us through the door. If it's the turret, we might be in a little bit of trouble here. But I guess we'll get around to see it. All right, here we go. Yep, that's the turret. That's the turret that's going to come up out of the garden and kill us. So we could be in trouble here. All right. Well, the good news is that we're going to be able to heal our damage, but I think we're going to have some wasted actions here. Wow, this is rough. We're just going to be sitting there, sitting ducks. Well, there's nothing to do but do it. It's realistic. So we're not going to kill it and then get back into the garage because it doesn't come out until the next round. So it's not there yet. So all we can do now is go back together. 1, 2. I suppose we'll pick up this gear for later. But wow, these people are going to Well, we might make it, just barely though. But we will be able to heal ourselves up, but we only have 2 things to heal. This is just going to be a lot of wasted turns. Is there anything else we can do? We will be able to barricade this door. Where's our actions? Is there anything else to do with our extra stuff? Heal, repair an item. Nothing's damaged. Okay, so the leather jacket can be upgraded. So maybe we could get Jamal enough gear to upgrade his jacket. Is there anything else to do? Not really. All right, well, boy, that's unfortunate for us. But it's going to come out, and then we're going to escape. So maybe the turret won't have time to shoot us. Is it worth it? It kind of is. If we can get him one more. So I think we can. So Selena's going to pick up this gear for 1. Then she's going to walk in here. I guess we want Jamal to pick up the gear instead of Selena. Then that's an action by Jamal. And then he's going to walk in here for another action, another foot. I guess not, actually. Let Selena do it. Then he can take both from Selena. This is more important that we heal everyone. So let's have Brick build a wall, barricade, and let him heal Selena. That's Selena's last wound. He still has a thing left. I don't need it for this. So let him heal Jamal. That's Jamal's last wound removed. Then we can have Jamal take Selena's 2 gear so he can do his jacket, but he still needs 1 more. Maeve has her full action set. There's nothing to do. And Selena still has an action? I guess instead of using Jamal's action to take gear, we'll use Selena's action to give him gear. I feel like I did something inefficiently here. I think maybe I used Jamal to heal someone. Maybe we'll use Maeve to heal. That way he's got his rest of his 3 actions. Then he can go 1, 2, 1, 2. Doesn't really help, does it? And 3 back again. Not sure I did everything 100% there, but it's not really worth it. And he hasn't upgraded his jacket yet, but maybe he'll get a chance soon. Everyone's fully healed. There's really nothing else to do. All right, I think we're done. Fighters go and they move 3. 1, 2, 3. They just sit on the barbed wire. It doesn't do anything else but slow them down for 1 turn. They don't have a ranged attack though, so they can't shoot us. Then the gunner moves 1, which is here. Can shoot up to 1 away. Can't reach us, so instead they move 1 more. Boy, they're all coming right at us. Next, the garage door slowly opens. Okay, here we go. So we're at 0, so we flip this over. The sluggish door has set our nerves on edge. At last, it's open, and we catch a breath of fresh air and freedom. For the first time since the onslaught began, we dare to believe we might make it out alive. The door is open. Flip the card and get rid of this. So this goes away. This closes up. Now, God help us if something goes wrong on this card, like monsters outside. All right, so there's another hand here, but is it the same escape hand? Yes, it is. It is still 144, so it's not a new hand. We're just all sitting there. The door just opened. There's nothing else going on this card. Okay, so we closed up this. I guess we shouldn't have closed it up yet. We put it here, then this goes, then we close up and this triggers. Okay, how do the brutes work? They work 2 and then they melee. So 1, 2, 1, 2. So they are making their way. In another turn, we'll all be dead. But they're not within range, so that's it. All right, here we go. Now here's where this is going to make or break us. Otherwise, we're going to be out of here. Okay, here's the turret. So the robot erupts. Place the turret right here. No, right here. Sorry, it's going to go here. But the actual turret is right here where it can shoot straight through at us. In fact, I don't even think the door will stop it. I think it'll just sit here and shoot through the window at us. But we're going to be out before it triggers. Unless this triggers it. If this triggers the machines, well, we still won't be dead, will we? All right, here we go. In the garden, several scavengers are preparing something. Unbelievable. They're aiming a grenade launcher into the garden. Can't they see we're just a defenseless family? What have we done to deserve this? Well, we're not in the garden, so as long as the grenade goes at the garden, we're going to be okay. Something lands in the garden with a thud, followed by a disturbing hiss. An expanding cloud of tear gas taints the air. We shouldn't stay in the garden. So this gets attached to our family members, and players in the garden must immediately leave one of their action tokens on this card. So we are going to be fine. We are not in the garden. We got out of there. So it's not going to affect us. Okay. Now we have to bring 2 new events out, which we're shuffling here, and hopefully we'll be out of here before either of these trigger. I think we know we will be, but let's see what we got. Here's the first one. This is the one where, I forget, someone takes a drug or robots come out, and our next one is Maeve. They're all about Maeve. This is the antenna guy who makes the mechanical creatures act again. So this would bring the spiders right at us. However, it doesn't trigger yet. So now we go here, we get our tokens back, and now we are going to get out of here. As long as nothing goes wrong, as long as we can drive out of here quickly, we're going to be okay. All right, let's look at our escape. All 4 characters must be at the same time. Someone has to pick up keys, which is Jamal. The garage door is open. It is. Someone has the purple action. I don't even know if this means possess it or be in their possession. All right, so here we go. So he's doing the hand action. Brick is doing the hand action. Jamal is doing the hand action. Maeve is doing the hand action. And Selena is doing the hand action. So they're all doing the escape action using their hands. We're all doing it at the same time. We're all on this space. We have the pickup truck. And the purple belongs here. We'll just put one of these down here. And the gas isn't affecting us. All right, here we go. You ready? We turn the ignition switch and the engine starts immediately. As our pickup lurches out of the garage, we hear a thud immediately behind us. A man has just crashed onto the truck. His boots are smoking and crackling with energy. We retrieve the boots and dump the inert figure from the pickup. Take 147. Mysterious boots. So the gear means on initialization. So as soon as we get it, 4 tokens come out onto this card. And then it says we have to spend a token to examine it. Note it's a clothing that goes on your foot space. And then when we examine it 4 times, if the chapter ends in success, flip it before saving. Huh. I don't know what that means if we don't do this in this chapter, but someone has to have this. I mean, we don't have enough. Well, this will be interesting. Let's just put it here. Let's give it to Jamal. All right, so Jamal took those boots. We'll worry about it later. Through the rear windshield, I see our battered home receding into the distance. The savages are still shooting after us as we escape. Then nothing, emptiness and silence. Swan's been captured. Thinking about it, I'm sure they were looking for Swan. But why him? And how do you explain their state-of-the-art weaponry? Discard the purple action token. Take 148 and remove this card. Burn this card. Okay, here's 148. Is it over yet? It's time to find shelter and think of a way to free Swan from their clutches. If the violence card is no longer anchored to Jamal, which it's not because we upgraded it, take 911. So if we hadn't triggered violence, we would upgrade our pacifist card. But we did upgrade violence. So it wants us to take 911. Now we've killed once, it will become easier for us, or even will it even become easier for us, or even a routine event? And will this memory haunt our children for life, changing the future we always tried to build for them? Either way, this blood will stain our hands forever, but we can still choose whether we want to continue shedding it. Anchor above Jamal, this player character must monitor the following effect trigger. If you kill a living creature, You just have to wound it. Well, resulting in its death, then upgrade violence again. All right, so we're going to give that to Jamal. Collect all cards, recycle it. Collect all cards in your possession, burn cards with a value of 2 or less, and gain gear equivalent to their value. Add up the value of all items you own plus the number of gears in your possession. If this number equals or exceeds the number of gears shown by the upgrade on the treasure hunter card in your karma deck, then upgrade that. I mean, so first of all, this boot thing, like, we've done this, but we don't get to do this now, right? Like, it's not time for actions. We're still resolving. We're still resolving this. In fact, all right, well, I wonder if we were planning to upgrade this. Okay, we didn't know whether we were going to be done, so we wouldn't have wasted time upgrading the jacket. All right, so let's see. Collect all items in your possession. Burn cards with a value of 2 or less. All right, so we were wondering about the value of cards. So it's weird. The rope we never had any use for. That's the value up here. So the rope we lose everything with a value of 2 or less. So we keep most of our items. We keep our knife, we keep our rifle, we keep our leather jacket, we keep our boots, we keep our multi-tool. Pretty cool. We keep almost everything. The only thing we left are the 1 and 2s, which are clearly scenario specific. Okay, then it says, add up the value of all the items you own plus the number of gear in your possession. Okay. So 7, 11, 16, 24, 32. So we have 32 in items and 3 gear. So 35 total. If it exceeds the gear on the treasure hunter card, we hit 35, and the treasure hunter card says the goal is 25 or higher. So if we have 25 or higher, which we do, then we get to upgrade our treasure hunter card to treasure hunter 2. So we went from a 0 to a 0, but you can spend a gear to change the value up or down. That's good. It would be nice to be able to change it down when you're dealing with enemies and up when you're dealing with yourself. Okay, so we just did that. While following the trail of the scavengers that kidnapped Swan, we meet a car driven by someone who had previously called at the farm to trade some junk. He confirms seeing a well-armed troop passing through. He offers us a few items that could come in handy if we ever decided to face off against them. We can sell items to gain gear equivalent to their value. And we can buy items. So we could buy a battered rifle, but there's only one battered rifle, so we can't buy a second one. So we already have that. We could buy a multi-tool, but we already have that. We can buy a gas mask for 3 gear, and we wouldn't have to sell anything to do that. Is it worth it, though? I mean, we haven't really needed it now. So I assume we're going to be able to keep our gear. So we could either start the next game with 3 gear or buy a gas mask. The cost here for these items looks like the value of the items. So but what if we find a gas mask? I don't think it's worth it. Like, I think having gear in our possession is more useful, more flexible. Although you have a gas mask, you have it forever, potentially. Yeah. I feel like we're gonna find a gas mask on our own. I don't know. I'm not sure now. Maybe. I mean, upgrades were good. Those boots are going to let us work for. I don't know. Corsican, what do you think? I can talk myself in out of it or into it. I mean, clearly, if we didn't find the gas mask and we needed it, it would suck. And it's not like we really need those gears, but we could use that gear with the treasure hunter card. Could be helpful. We don't even know what a gas mask is used for, but presumably just if we get attacked by gas. All right, Corsican says the gears are more versatile. All right, so we're going to pass on the gas mask. We'll find our own. And then it says save the game with card 910, which is secret card, which is going to be instructions just like 7th Citadel for how to save the game. Let's look at this. Collect all your gear. So you do get to keep your gear. You auto heal any wounds, and if you got a severe injury, it goes away. So that's important to know for every chapter. Like, we could have maybe finished quicker if we hadn't worried about getting injured, but the injuries hurt you enough for the round. But okay, they don't carry over. And then you get all your items, you keep them upgraded if they've been upgraded. Any items dropped on the ground you would not get. You don't get the chance to pick them back up. And you keep the anchored card, like Jamal's violence card. Everything else gets sorted back. Okay, so you keep your gears, you heal from all wounds, and you get all your upgrades. So very much true to its promise of being a campaign. Like, we're starting with all this stuff. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back. We're going to talk a little bit about the experience. We've been playing for 6 hours, so Corsican's probably tired. I'm not that tired. I could talk about it a little bit. I'll see you in 5 minutes. We'll talk about the experience. Well, we have finished chapter 105 of Heredity Book of Swan. We succeeded pretty handily, although it was a little scary. It is a serious table hog, but we managed to pull it off just barely. Just barely. Corsica, what do you think? I mean, we did end with basically no injuries. So we could have sat there and let these turrets hit us several times. But it is interesting that even a single hit starts to damage your options. So it does feel like it would snowball. Any initial thoughts, Corsican? Jonathan was with us for most of it. We've now been playing for 6 hours. It's 5:13 a.m. here in Champaign. YouTube says 5 concurrent viewers. We dropped down from 6 to 5 and 12 likes. So we had a small group here, mostly just Corsican. Corsican joined me for a bunch of 7th Continent, 7th Citadel. So you can make some informed comments about that. I think it was great fun. Definitely getting those 7th Citadel vibes. Yeah, so let me try to give some thoughts. I absolutely did have a fun time. I'm very impressed with this timeline system. I think it's really, I've not seen anything quite like it. And it is very clever how it's kind of what you want to mitigate the randomness. This fact that nearly every single event, you get some foreshadowing of what will happen and enough reuse of the events that you can sort of start to learn how the enemy's going to behave and what to anticipate. It's a very, I've talked before about the captain is dead having an event deck that recycles. And I really do think that we see 2 kinds of games. I forget what review I talked about this in. There's 2 kinds of event decks you see in games. There's the designer that makes the 100-card event deck, and for any given game, you're going to see like 5 of those cards. And then there's the captain is dead approach, and the approach here, where there's a very small event deck, and you're going to go through that event deck multiple times. And the difference in designer philosophy is that the designer who uses just 5 out of 100 cards is going for narrative fun. Totally random, no way to predict what you're going to see. You could get destroyed or you could have it whiff. It's just the fun of having different events each time. And then there's the games like this where you go through that event deck multiple times and it's a very small event deck, which is much more about the strategy of anticipating the kinds of things you're going to be up against. And that's what we have here. And I do think this is a very well calibrated game to be like a puzzle. Still lots of randomness, and your first playthrough, the first time you encounter these things, it's a little bit hard to predict what's going to happen. Like what's going to happen when the boiler explodes, what's going to happen when they come through the window. That first time you see them, it feels quite random. You could get unlucky, but nothing is killing you instantly, and then you get to prepare for it. So I quite like that. The cleverness of how these modifiers modify cards, and these cards come out at the beginning and the end. You almost always get to see the enemy, how it's going to behave before, so you have a whole round to prepare for it. Everything worked quite smoothly. You can see it does really feel like an open world. I don't know if there's 2 different terms we want to use for open world and sort of a living world, but this movement of spaces, everything seemed to work fairly cleanly. Couple rules, things that could be improved. And there's a lot of fun going on here just in terms of unique stuff coming out, right? Like the boiler had a unique mechanic. The fireplace had a unique mechanic. The tools are unique mechanics. The end game was a unique mechanic. Barbed wire, like everything had its own little rules that modified it, but by using these nice cards that come out and the sort of system for this affects this, like it was all fairly straightforward. This was a very smart touch, giving us a little map overview. Again, just like calibrated to give you just enough information so that it's not totally random. This is very clever. Like you could imagine if you're writing this game, you might say, don't give them a map, let them discover it as they play. And you could convince yourself that that's a good way to go. Like make it much more pure exploration. But I think by giving you this, then you add this element of sort of strategy to it. And I think that's a very nicely balanced. Both methods of the event deck have merit. With the predictability, it was nail-biting, edge of your seat action the whole time. Yeah, so you can also see a couple things. The design here is because of the way it works, because new events are coming out, and because you're sort of corralled into this one area, it does feel like the game is calibrated to ramp up in difficulty. Like these things didn't start triggering till we got further in. The further we got in, the more scary it got. You could see we weren't going to survive too many rounds. Now there are a couple of things that made this game fun for me, and I do think it's worth talking about them. First of all, I was very concerned that controlling 4 characters was going to be annoying, a little bit of a cognitive overload. But I think you might be able to make the opposite case, that this might be pretty annoying to try to calibrate, to have 4 players playing independently. It's a little odd. Here it actually worked quite well. I think the fact that the actions are so simple, that they're basically always this worker placement stuff. You've only got 3 per character. It went quite fast. I love that we don't have to do this micro switching. I love that it's not like you make a move and then we go and see how the enemies react. And then you make a move and we go. The typical cooperative game where we're interleaving character turns versus enemy turns. I think this more macro level switching is really well done and is really enjoyable. It makes a huge difference in terms of cognitive load. You're basically switching between two modes. You're doing the planning of the player's actions, and you can really coordinate it. You can say, okay, this does this, then this does this, and you get to spend a good chunk of time planning your player actions. And while you're doing that, nothing's distracting you. It's not like you have to roll a die and sometimes it fails. It's very much in your control. And then after you spend a big chunk of time doing your player actions, then you shift over to this completely separate mode where you run through all of the enemy's actions. That is done very well here. I think these French designers, I'll tell you, the French designers really are not afraid to create their own systems, break rules, not obey rules. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it really does work. And I think it really does work here. When you went into the kitchen and I didn't want to, we were 2 players in a 4-player game. That would have thrown off our whole strategy if we were each acting on our own. It's true, that does happen in cooperative games. And maybe it would just be a different kind of game. Maybe that's a way to say it. Like, cooperative games are different than playing them solo. It's a different experience, not better or worse. But I think the main point that I want to make is that if you were to play 7 Citadel multi-handed, it would be very stressful because each character has their own deck of cards. It's very exhaustive to go through all the different options for each character, figure out what order to do them in, all that. This is very forgiving. And because you're sort of doing these, it's almost like, you know, instead of 4 characters, you've got 1 character and a bunch of different action spaces to go on. And because it rarely interweaves with anything, it's very easy to back up and change your plan and all that. So I'm surprised how smooth it was playing through this solo. This deck is another example of the thing where you have some predictability that lets you strategize. Again, I think that's keeping with this whole philosophy of this game of giving you enough predictability to be able to strategize while still giving you the fun of an adventure game where, I just knock these down so I don't keep smashing them, where you don't know what's coming. So that's the whole mechanics of that. And I think the other thing that's so smart about the design here is there's so many of these. This is a very combat heavy game, which I don't really love. I could do much, I could do with less combat. I understand that not all of the chapters are so combat heavy, which is pretty cool. But I do think that these designers deserve some real credit for streamlining the combat because it is very smooth, right? It's like they move, this is what they attack, and you draw a card for the modifier. There's no rolling defense dice, checking skill levels, weird stuff. It's all when you attack, you choose the weapon, this is what it is, range, damage, and you flip it. It's very clean, and it's fast, and that makes a huge difference. The movement is just go towards your target, move a certain number of spaces. You want an example of combat that slows things down? Go look at Gloomhaven and the movement rules and all that. It's so involved. It's exhausting. And here you're basically just following these simple rules. Everything moves very quickly. The math is simple, speeds things up. Yeah, it really does. And I think that's what makes the combat reasonable here. And that's what I want in a game. If there is combat, I want it to at least go quickly. Now, the other last, I think, the last piece of this puzzle, the last piece of this whole machinery that takes it to another level is this whole campaign upgrading thing. If this game did not have a story, did not have a campaign, like we're done with this mission. I don't want to play this mission again. Some groups are different than me. Some people don't mind playing these kinds of things over and over again. But I don't want to play this mission again, ever. I will never play Chapter 1 again. Now, if we lost, maybe I would play it again to try to win it, but I have no desire to see other stuff. Now, we saw almost every card in this deck. These are the only cards left. It looks like there's a gas mask we could have found and another event. But we saw almost every card. And that's what I want. I don't want to play this kind of thing multiple times. And it's a fascinating... There's an interesting cost that happens with narrative games, and you might not think, on paper, you might not think it to be true, but I found it's almost always true, which is at a certain threshold of narrative, you do not want to play it again, even if the mechanics would support multiple playthroughs. And if you look at something like Subterra or Pandemic, which might have, Subterra has a little bit of a feel of this kind of thing where your enemies are closing in on you and they have simple rules. But without the narrative, Subterra 2 feels like you could keep replaying it. But this is too much overhead and too much narrative and too much story and too much work and too much randomness to want to play this over and over again. It's the perfect amount of randomness for a one episode thing, though. But the fact that these are upgrades that we get to carry over to the next game really does elevate the experience, because now I'm really curious to play the next chapters to see what happens and to have our new items that are upgrade. And upgrading this, that's very neat. Like, I don't know if it really is going to make any difference to the game, but it is fun. Like, there is some enjoyable element to it. This idea that we're sort of branching the way the different cards we upgrade here by what happens, I'm not sure that's really going to have any real impact, but it is tantalizing. It does make you want to keep playing and see. And I love the idea that this is sort of a good comparison would be Kingdom Death Monster, where you're playing campaigns, but major characters can die off. It's just a bitter pill you have to swallow. This game has sort of taken the opposite approach, a more controlled approach that I favor as a game design thing, which is basically your family's not going to die. If one of your family dies, you're going to be replaying that chapter. So you at least know you're not going to make these terrible sacrifices to lose a family member. You could get wounded, you could get severely wounded, it could be scary that you're going to finish the chapter and you could lose the chapter and have a bad experience, but you're not going to have your whole campaign wiped out. If you fail a chapter, you'll be replaying it. Just very well done. Very well done, and a very good system. So I do think I have understood that the different chapters will have different feels. Some won't be so combat heavy. If you were thinking about negative Corsican, what would you say here? Like, the art is reasonable. It's not amazing. It doesn't blow my mind. It doesn't fill me with wonder. I think mechanically this is very solid. What I would say, though, if I was looking for criticism, like, this is such a strong system. What I would say is that, the combat heaviness of it is not my favorite thing. And the setting is not my favorite thing. Like, I'd probably rather have this setting than a straightforward warfare or something. But I'd much rather have a Lost on a Mysterious Island, Seventh Citadel fantasy world, science fiction world, strange science fiction, strange world, than apocalyptic Mad Max drug-powered creatures, drug-powered humanoids. Like, the actual setting does nothing for me. This Mad Max setting doesn't really do it for me, and I'm not, the idea of guiding a family, it's not quite my thing. I'd be much more inclined to have a lone fighter doing everything by himself or herself. But that's just me personally. It does remind me, though, of another very clever thing that's done here. In a lot of cooperative games, there's no real explicit active cooperation. You're coordinating plans, but if you take something like Pandemic, the only time you ever really cooperate is when you get to a same place to trade cards, which is a very cool mechanic. But some of the newer Pandemic spin-offs have tried to make some explicit cooperation. And here, there's trading of items, which is important. But the really clever cooperative explicit stuff that happens here has to do with fighting. The fact that when you can get together and fight as a single action with one modifier card, and it does give you much more control over beating the defense shield values of enemies. And that was important for us. We had to use that several times. We had to make sure all the characters were together on a card so that we could do enough damage to kill it, and especially to kill it before it triggered. That sort of combination of having to be together to do an action and having to strike while the iron's hot rather than waiting for it. We did that several times, and that had to do with anticipating what was going to happen and deciding when we should split up and when we should get together. That was a key part of our playthrough, that we had to split up to efficiently cover space, but then we had a very scary moment where we were separated, and we went to some real effort to get together in the same place so that we could do this large amount of damage. It was a very cool moment. I don't think there are any glaring negatives other than a few rules things that could have been clarified. Yeah. All right, well, Corsican, thank you for being here and playing with me. It feels like that mechanic is required, which might end up being a bit of a negative as it seems to discourage splitting up. Well, it certainly discouraged splitting up at certain points, although we did have to split up efficiently in the beginning, otherwise we would have been in trouble, I think. Clever. And this is the second game in recent times that we've seen that makes use of a timed mechanic. What was the previous game we did that? I think it was Backstory's The Emerald Wedding Anniversary. Here, we have things in this timeline that tokens come off of. So at the end, the garage door opening made us survive until a certain amount of time. And there were a couple other places where things tick down this clock until they trigger. That's very clever and very allows you to play strategically. It's clear that the designers spent a lot of time making sure you could play this game strategically like a puzzle rather than it just being a randomized adventure. And I really do appreciate that. All right. Corsican, thank you for joining me. Jonathan Warner, I'll be curious to hear your thoughts after you watch the finale of this. We're going to have to decide when we want to play our chapter 2 of this. We could play it every Wednesday for the next month. We'll talk about it on the Discord or on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. If you're curious, if you're interested in joining me for playing chapter 2, stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link on this YouTube page somewhere. Let me know when is a good time for you. I am curious to play the next chapter. I'm glad to be done with this chapter. It was plenty stressful. It was cool. It was fun. Thank you to the Patreon supporters of this channel who paid for this game. Pretty impressive. Better than I expected. I'll see you all next time.